disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? Zero. Every appointment in Nimba County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we go tell you. But you fool us. You screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them. I'm not.
Three of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them in the violence or any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Bwaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Bwaka administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bwaka administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and water away infinity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power, by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
There's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro, when
2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded Alphas, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I'll put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I'll renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play, for people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small, road, B road, all kinds of places. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God his glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, your league Costa, you will come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or a loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elected on 85 irresponsible men what happened to the country. We elected on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our great Tuesday show. Today is Tuesday, 2nd of June. If your birthdays were this month or yesterday or today, let us know in the comment section. We want to say happy birthday to all of our June born. If you were born June the 1st, happy belated birthday to you. If today is your birthday, let us know. If somebody significant is celebrating birthday, anniversary, special events, let us know today. Let's send a shout out. We want to send a shout out to Chris Jabla. D3 Radio is relaying this show here in Bellicockree City, Juazo District number 3, Sino County. Thank you very much for relaying this show. We want to know what's happening in Sino County. Send us some shout out. put something in the comment section. Let's see how the folks in the Grand Crew, Sano, Maryland, and River G areas there, what they are doing. Let us know what's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to Monrovia to find out what's happening in the city. In the meantime, we want to be out here thanking the Lord for giving us another day to see June 2nd, 2026. We are in the South Florida area. Miami is on fire. We are waiting for the World Cup. We will be hosting Portugal. We are hosting all the big boys and girls will be in town. We are also the host of some of the big names. They are practicing here and warming up for the show. That is a good thing. Yesterday, on Sunday, we saw the United States versus Senegal. That was a great game. Soccer at its best. The United States beat Senegal 3-2. If Senegal, that have been designated as a dog horse in the World Cup, want to watch, if the United States beat Senegal 3-2, then what does that make us? Shouldn't we be a dog horse too, or this was just a fluke? The United States played an excellent game. We saw Timothy Weah on the right wing, beautiful assist to Pulisic. Great game, guys. Excellent games. High to the United States soccer team. We are getting ready to rock and roll. Other games, Morocco beat Madagascar 4-0. Great games, but Morocco was just too powerful, scoring a lot of goals. We also want to send our condolences to our friends in France. Paris was on fire after they won the European Cup, beating Arsenal in 5-5 penalty kicks. So Arsenal, after winning the Premier League, couldn't pull it off. You know, penalty kicks, it's a special kind of skill. Not everybody can do penalty kicks. You know, the thing is the guys can score from 18 yards, 30 yards. They can score from there. But then when you set the ball down, right before the goal, what is it, 10 feet or so, 1v1, the kicker and the goalkeeper. And the gentleman kicked the ball way over the bar, not even between to me, the worst thing you can do is, at least if you kick the penalty and the goalkeeper save it, it makes sense. But to miss the goal, the entire frame, it is unbelievable. Arsenal missed 2 serious penalty kicks that came not even close to the goal. One went wild right to the goalkeeper, and the other one went way over the bar. The Arsenal goalkeeper did his best. He saved one of the penalties. So Mexico, the Republic, Mexico, Canada, the United States will be hosting the World Cup. Beautiful countries. If you are playing in the World Cup, this is one of the best ideas they have ever come up with. To have a group of countries celebrate by hosting some of these games. More money, more exposure, getting the world involved. So the day Nigeria hosts the World Cup, it will be Nigeria, Ghana, and maybe Cote d'Ivoire and Cameroon. Those are the big African countries in soccer. Or you can ask Senegal, the African Cup of Nations champions. This is what we are talking about, sports. Let me go to Monrovia and go to our studio. Myean, welcome to this show. Let us know what's happening on the ground.
Thank you all so much, Mr. Gayman. It's a pleasure being here. Yesterday, I had to be on for about 2 hours and later on due to the technical problem from our end here in Liberia. As you may be aware, we are in the month of June. That's the rainy season. So at times we see the rain, we see the thunder, so we cannot rate our equipment. So sometimes we go up. So later on, yesterday at 11 o'clock up to 11:30, we had to go off due to the bad weather. But howbeit, we are on tonight. Some of your listeners, your viewers, your followers, some of them were like asking, why be Mr. Gayman is not on? I said Mr. Gayman went for just a break, and then you guys are asking for Mr. Gayman again. So Mr. Gayman will be back, and I'm glad that you are back on today. That many of your viewers, your followers who've been following, love the voice, love the tune. Like the man, Fix Electronic, who usually come on. I'm yet to see him, but I usually at about this time I usually see Fix Electronic. And last night I did not see him on, so I was like, "Oh, so you waiting for Mr. Gayman to come on first?" yes. So it's something interesting. Some of our followers, our viewers, who usually come on because at times there are some people who, when they hear that voice or when they see the face on the screen, they feel satisfied to come on. And sometimes good that everyone at least will come on to bring your own followers, bring your own listeners to come and tune into the platform. So far in here in Liberia, we have somehow a rainy day, rainy evening hour because we experienced rain this evening, not this morning, but this evening. So today, many of us we know today is Tuesday, where usually the House of Representatives usually have their session. But surprisingly, today we saw the entire Chimos was that kind of a ghost camp where we could not see any lawmakers either from the ruling party or from the opposition majority or whatever black it may be. We could not see any of them. The entire Chimo was a ghost camp today where no session were there. So many Liberians are now saying, many Liberians are now concerned whether coups against Kun. So if we say coup against Kun, then what are we trying to say? Is it a coup to overthrow the speaker or the entire leadership? What is it happening? So 11 Liberian people to make their own decision on this issue. So session canceled today due to no quorum as speaker 13 legislators with salary deduction, wherein you listen to the Speaker of the House, Regent Nagbe 13 that some of the lawmakers or the lawmakers that were absent today, majority of them because they don't have quorum, those of whom that did not turn up or leave any communication, if it continues like this, they will deduct some of their salary. On what ground? Is it because of no quorum, that's why you want to deduct salary? Or if it is the time that they are not doing Liberian people work, you don't want to deduct their salary, but because you are hearing about they're trying to undermine the leadership, that's why you want to deduct salary. But it's up to Liberian people. So the session canceled today over lack of quorum as Speaker 13 legislators over salary deduction. So also saw today Mr. Cumming appear on the 50-50 show, where we have been seeing the most talk about quotation from Mr. Cummings today, where many Liberians are now flying from one place to another, from one chat room to another. He also made a statement throwing jabs at Mr. or Senator Abraham Darius Dillon. Mr. Cummings says he dismissed concern over 2% election stakeholders within the National Election Commission guideline or laws that if a political party having to contest in an election for that year and then did not reach the 2% mark, that party is not eligible to contest again in the election. So Mr. Cummings says that if you say so, the CPP had some other members, legislators, senators, and other stuff who won seats within the just ended 2023 election. So they were all part of the 2%. So if you say that he cannot contest on a CPP ticket or the ANC ticket, but one way or the other, he said that the ANC is still eligible to carry him as a presidential candidate in the 2029 election. So we also saw today the ambassador or the former foreign minister, Ambassador D. Maswell Kimia, also came out with this clarification on rumors circulating on social media from one chat room to another that former President George Manuel Weah Sr. Also trying to turn over his presidential bid to Mr. Alexander Bennett Cummings of the ANC. That have been the speculation roaming around from one place to another. So the head or the chief confidant of the former president also came out with this release. So Mr. Gayman, with this terrible news from Riverside County, where we have the G Farmer Sherman, if I'm getting the name correct, public school, one of the oldest and most historic school in Riverside County, is facing serious infrastructural challenges as it relates to the roof continues to leak heavily as students of the institution find it very, very difficult. At time when we is 40, the teachers will allow the students to go home because they cannot teach students within that environment wherein the rain, heavy pool of rain will be within that area, and the zinc, everything is open up, the entire roof is leaking up, no way for students to sit and learn. That's a very, very bad one for students in Riverside County. Looking at that school, if you are like an alumni of that institution, I think it's pretty in love to see how best you can find a time to try to meet them, because you cannot graduate from a school where the school is in the public for a wrong reason, like a zinc issue. So we also saw lastly from my end, Liberia returned as U.S. visa process hop plan reductions of African consular services. That's the latest from our end here in Liberia, Mr. Gayman. That's the latest from our end here.
Excellent, guys. Listen, do us a favor, share this show, let everybody know that we are on your personal platforms, your chat rooms. Share the show, get involved, let us know what's happening. I want to say thank you very much to Daniel Sharif, Lofa County correspondent journalist. Daniel is tuning in, obviously, from Vanjima City, Lofa County. Thanks so kindly for showing this evening. Obviously, David Williams, I'm watching from the great state of Colorado, USA. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful state for recreation, you want bourgeois recreation, go skiing. You need to be in Colorado, mile high. Thank you very much for tuning in. But ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about governance. We are talking about the economy. We'll be talking about healthcare. And obviously, we will be talking about politics. At the 6 o'clock mark, we are going to show you the video from Riverside County from the G. Fleming Sherman, G. Sherman Fleming, I think it's junior high school in Riverside. If you have never been upset before, G. Fleming Sherman Public School in Riverside, if you have never been upset about the treatment of our children, if you have never been upset about children graduating from high school or even from college, and they can't read or write, then it behooves you to stay tuned at 6 o'clock on the dot. We are going to show you a video that is traumatic. How can we, as a nation, as a people, expect our children, the next generation to whom we are going to bequeath this nation, to be subjected to this kinds of treatment? It should be a crime that the Republic of Liberia is going to be operating a school that is considered that has the nomenclature of public institution, public school, where when it rains, the rain pours, and the children are running and they huddle into one room. And as long as it is raining, the teacher sends them home. So if it rains 6 months out of the year or 3 consecutive months out of the year, these children are denied their basic education. This is guaranteed under our Constitution. It is the state's responsibility to educate its people. It is the state's responsibility to provide security for the nation. And you have a county, the Bassa people. It was just recently that Riverside became a county. It has always been Grand Bassa, part of Grand Bassa County. With all the educated and successful people from Grand Bassa County, all the top politicians, including the senator from Riverside County that was calling himself Garguah Jr., to sit there in a small, very small county like Riverside. And you have the next generations of leaders, doctors and lawyers and physicists and plumbers and electricians being treated as garbage. Where are the human rights activists? Where are the children activists? Is it only when election time, when the politics, then everybody shows up? What's happening to these children? It's unthinkable, it's unacceptable, and nobody in his or her right mind should sit by idly and allow this to happen. How do you sleep at night? In 1986, the interview Papa George Bush said, "What is going to be your legacy?" He said, "I want to be the education president." Then when his son came out, he came out with No Child Left Behind. What is the legacy of George Weah? What is the legacy of Joseph Boyka? What is the legacy of Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf? And absolutely, what is the legacy of Senator Finley, even though he's not in Riverside, but he's the proximity to Riverside? What is Batikwa doing? He's down for the Southeast. What is Jevon Smith? A family that have been around for eternity. The country have been so good to the Smith. Let me welcome Honorable Victor Nagbe. Welcome to the show. I am on fire and ready to go.
I was just watching you to see whether you introduced the Pewee man before me because you met me here. I was just watching.
First in, first out, man.
Good afternoon, Jerome. It's good to be with you. Myean, Sylvester, it's good to be with you all. Yeah, I'm listening to you, and it looks like you're just picking my mind on some of these topics. I saw the photos, the video of that school, supposedly in River Says, and I was just, but again, we see these things, we talk about them a couple of days or so, and then, this age of technology, 24-hour news circle, something else comes in and overtakes that. We move on. I mean, we saw another school here in the district that Footage family represent, the guy who building the $250,000 house or whatever it is, right? Where the signboard is even more expensive than the school building, right? We saw that here. We talked about it. I'm not sure what has been done about it, but this is another issue we're highlighting. Hopefully, eventually, they will pick it up. And Robert says that Jevon Smith, my very good friend, we all work, as young fellows with the UPP. He's a very bright, brilliant guy. I haven't talked to him ever since before he even went into the legislature. So I don't know where his head is at right now. But I see him every now and then, in the news. He's uncompromising. He's one of those who I think has his head straight on his shoulders. So, I hope this will claim his attention one way or the other. But the tragedy of all this is when you take the money and give it to the lawmakers to go and pursue their pet projects. I think these are some of the things you get because the county development fund is supposed to be decided upon by the county council. They will highlight projects that the money will be spent on, I believe, that way. The spending or it becomes, the decision making becomes more democratic. But when you have one individual who is taking upon himself and deciding which project will give them the most votes, you get this kind of tragedy, calamity. But we'll come back to the topics today. I came on here specifically. I've been away for a couple of days. I want to highlight a few things that the CMC is pursuing. One is we have set up what we call the Young Professional Brigade. Our acting secretary general is probably younger than Myean, or maybe Myean's age or just a year or two older. The young fellow who just took over from Bangura, Wilfred Bangura. So apparently, since he came in, his coming has ignited a deluge of young people flocking to the party. So the party yesterday or so launched the Young Professional Brigade Auxiliary. So that is now going to be a part of the chemistry of the CMC. Congratulations to the guys. I think that is laudable. I think we need to do the best we can to highlight our young people who are contributing to the development of our country. So congratulations to the CMC. Congratulations also to the CMC. The CMC has written the House calling for a repeal of that law that gives the Elections Commission the authority to deny or to reject the application of political parties that may not have reached the 2% threshold in the previous election. We think that is undemocratic. The process by which they're deciding that, we think it shouldn't be done that way. So we've written the House, and we're asking them to review this law and repeal it. So I hope they will do so. Finally, we, a lot of people have talked about this. I think we saw the video going around of the former Minister of Energy, Wilmer Payne, highlighting this catastrophe that we are experiencing as a country, right? is like the parable of the fool is thirsty in the middle of the ocean, right? We have been endowed with enormous riches, but we continue to give them away like fools. You know, I saw my brother Kuyate, someone began to respect a lot. You know, highlighting, you know, the incompetence or the corruption in the legislature, where they're signing concessions that give away our national treasure, and highlighting that, and then they forcing pressure him into going in there and twisting himself into pretzels. You know, he apologized and then he did not. You know, but it is the calamity that is befalling us, and it's self-imposed. You know, self inflicted wounds. We're negotiating very bad contracts. We allow the companies that are coming to do business with us to go and survey our resources and tell us what we have and what we don't have. And then we give them the prospective license. They will declare to us what they found and what they didn't find. You know, Jerome, you and I, we were witnesses to some of these things. You know, where these people have their own airstrips, they have their own airlines. They come and go at will. Wilmer Pay is saying that the big mountain that we are lifting this petition about, which is subjecting to our people to abject poverty and debasement, unheard of atrocities, hardship, your people, they are taking away $31 million every week or 2 weeks or month. But when he did the math, it comes to billions and billions. And what do we get? Not even $50 million. You know, we're like fools. We don't know what we have. You understand me? And some of these people, they're the least educated people. But because we portray ourselves as so inferior, ignoramuses, we allow them to come and look at Sister Goyle. That Sam Jackson talks about all the time. He comes in and buy a piece of our oil well for less than $200,000. He goes there and sells over $200 million. Who does that? Liberians. We do that, Jerome. So, you know, I'm really so Musa Hassan Beledi highlighted that in his letter from Seleke Kromah, his usual letter. And I'm glad that Wilmer Pay, you know, also is highlighting. I hope this national discussion will lead us into finding this. This is not about, you know, criticizing or knocking on people. It's about raising a national consciousness like it should, so that we'll wake up and start selling our stores short. This is a tragedy. So I'm glad to be with you on the show. I hope you know, we'll continue to bring more, you know, enlightenment to some of these topics for our people to help us decide on how to move the country forward.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, share the show. Let somebody know that we are here. At 6 o'clock, we're going to show the video of the G. Flamma Sherman Public School in Riverside.
Wasn't that the guy who used to be on ELBC?
Of course. Let me welcome Honorable Pewee, the cousin of G. Flamma Sherman. You build a school. I don't know what they call it, school. They should be, if I have I will hang somebody for upside down. Let me welcome Honorable Pewee. Pewee, welcome.
If the Humane Society found you keeping your pics in there, they will cite you.
Thank you. And you know, when you hear the progressive firing, the debasement of this, then I show.
You know, they're on fire.
Yeah. Listen, for me, if I am my own way, I don't want to give power to CMC. That's what CMC will do.
We already
doing it. You see what we're doing here? We're already doing it.
We talk about leaking school. Then you want to change the subject. We're not changing the subject.
No, I'm not. No, listen. I'm not going to pretend that I want to change it. Trust me. I want to. But on a serious note, Mr. Gayman, and I listen. It's sad, and there's reason why I listen in the level of wherein I cannot even express the kind of a frustration that one would feel. More or less, if you were to have the opportunity to leave from Liberia and even move into other countries that are still struggling to develop, the far past that stage of seeing schools in Sir Mano. It is a gross violation of the rights of those children, right? To even keep them under those kind of a condition, those kind of a dilapidated conditions, humiliating conditions, and unacceptable conditions. On the right of the child to learn, the United Nations chapter is a serious violation of the right of the child. So I mean, we ought to graduate from that stage. I will never knowingly indulge into anything that will resemble trying to bury those kind of information. That we ought to amplify our individual voices and ensure that we put more pressure to bear on the government and shame the government and those are responsible for these things to act immediately. It is quite unfortunate that you see people come out and debate nonsense and try to bury the hard reality and sprinkle around like dim bats and believe that we sit and just listen. I observed this in 2014 when I went to Dopoh on a country tour and I saw the kind of conditions the kids are learning. It is just unacceptable. It's unthinkable also. So I mean, it's high time that we have a budget of 1.2 billion US dollars for the first time in the history of our country, and you have and it's part of the reason why we're going to be in this for a very long period of time, because those students, those innocent kids, but the major thing, Mr. Gayman, here is that our leaders, the county leadership also. You won't see that happen in this kind of in this particular country. So, for example, you wouldn't see the senator of any of the states in this country. We see those kind of things happening, then they wouldn't see that will happen. To see two senators in Riverside County, and I think 2 or 3 representatives sit and ask, though nothing is happening wrong in that county. This is disgusting. And with the kind of a thing that is happening, and if then you say want to see these people will come out and say, hey, I want to come and recontest for the Senate or seat in the House, it's just something that is mind-boggling. And what we have to do collectively is to muster up the courage to canvass against these people. To see school, the kids are still, and Riverside is one of the remotest part of Liberia, one of the most undeveloped counties, and a very small county, but strategically located in terms of the topography of that region. I spent some time in terms of doing some survey work there before. The topography is it's a beautiful place. And Riverside is endowed with a lot of mineral resources. It's endowed with a lot of things. But the unfortunate aspect here is there are people engaged into places that Riverside, involved into illicit money, getting the wealth from that place and just pocketing in terms of individualistic connections. That's the business thing that is unfolding in that part of the country. Then you have our lawmakers and the national authority that are playing complete laissez-faire attitude towards what is unfolding. This is not a good sign for our country, and we ought to now, because listen, you don't see your kids learning on the kind of conditions to learn. Even back there, some children in a central Montserrat of the Monrovia Basin, if you will, in that metropolitan zone. But to see children in the Leeward County, rural Liberia, because that's the area is remote to the extent that the accessibility is difficult. There are a lot of the roads are not pliable by vehicle. So, and if these things are unfolding, we have the superintendent, who of course is the chief, and it's part of the reason why the decentralization issue came about, the Local Government Act came about. Today we have the Minister of Local Government. How are we decentralizing and trying? And the president emphasized something recently, and I like what I heard from the president. We need to get the authority in the recent cabinet meeting. The authority need to be given to the local authority to have some teeth to bite in terms of administrative activities in their areas, and to ensure major administrative activities are being carried out effectively. we need to see schools, elementary schools springing up. Healthcare centers are okay, and it's part of the reason why the superintendent will now administer his administrative strength in administering these areas and ensuring that the healthcare area, the local community roles are done. Get some power back, and that's why LIST was established. Are we keeping up to those things in terms of how we establish these things? To see school in this time and age, the kids are still sitting in the dust when the sunshine is poured on them, terribly, brutally. And then when the rain is falling, I mean, they are soaked wet. Some of them would take their whatsoever, the book, and then on their lap, Mr. Gayman, imagine your child is sitting like this on a block or on this, I don't know, this baboon weaving kind of a chair that will fix. And their parents will have to initiate that. For instance, if you have 2 or 3 kids coming from one home, their father or parent or uncle will have to do that. And the 3 of them will cluster on that turning chair and will sit and put the book on their lap to write. How do you expect that kid to learn anything actually? And the kids are basically very smart, but the government is not doing any good. And shame on government. One thing I will end here quickly, that the issue of administering national governance is on the basis of just sitting and getting the four important traits side of things and the grandeur of life. Oh, the president is leaving, the 21 gun salute is given, and those officials of government will travel on the plane, come to the UN, go other places. No, it's not about that. It's about serving the folks that you see in the rural part of the country that don't have the opportunity. They don't have people to speak on their behalf. They don't have fathers or other people that will push them up to put them in these major high profile, a little bit profile school in the Monrovia area or in other part of the country that is doing well. It's bad. Riverside is backward because their leadership, they're not focused on doing the best thing. And like one of the Riverside, large portion of the country, even part of my own county, Lofa County. This is disgusting. And it's about time we not only amplify our collective tone, but it's about time we begin to be very serious and probably sometimes maybe doing some lawsuit against some administrators, like we will do here. And now we're here on the now, Mr. Gayman will say, oh, we'll talk. It's serious. It wouldn't happen. You wouldn't dare allow it happen to mine or yours, right? Or your own children. No, but it is unfolding to the kids of the country that are supposed to be there tomorrow after we shall have gone. What's going to happen for the country? We don't need much to build something a little palatable for the kids to learn that will be acceptable. They don't have to be a Lawsville kind of a school, but something that is acceptable for the region. I mean, the government will have to do, and the new minister, I mean, we all were praising the last time, some of her actions. She had to move and do something. This is not the Liberia we expect to see ourselves into.
Jerome, isn't the lawmaker we saw recently, the lawmaker with the lawnmower, isn't he from Roses? Steve Tukwa?
That's the guy.
Steve Tukwa is there. We have Wellington Jivens Smith on the senator. Right. He was superintendent before. I don't know why he didn't let him because he didn't perform well as superintendent.
This is what I kept saying.
It's appalling.
Before I go to Johnny, I think what 2014 or 2015, Ellen was having a meeting. I think it was the 26th celebration or something, her county tour. And she got to Riverside. She was so embarrassed. She turned to Dr. Davia McIntosh. Said, McIntosh, this is your hometown. This is where you were born and raised. This is where your parents come from. You don't have a place here. He said, I have to sleep in the church, pillow of fire. All my security people had to sleep in a car. All the PhD come from this place. When they say Bachelor PhD, they all come from Riverside.
Yeah.
The Jivens Smith, the McIntosh, the Basic G's, Dr. Natano Basic G, all of these people come from that place. And the president shamed them. Or she thought she was shaming them into action.
But Mr. Gayman, you know I'm going to surprise you. And what you referenced just now is more than 15 years ago.
Of course.
And if you went there, you will regret.
Johnny, welcome to the show.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, thank you for taking me on. People, how you doing? And Nagbe. Just go straight to the Riverside issue. Okay, so my colleague went with people to Riverside. She saw the place looking so bad off, but she stayed in power for additional years. She got 2 terms. What did the government do to improve social housing, to improve basic services in Riverside, particularly in Grand Cess County? In Sestor City, the headquarters of Riverside County. Because Riverside have basically 2 big towns. The Sestor City and what you call the place? Myean, right? Besides that, every other place there is just remote village. But generally, Liberia will never develop the way we want it. We not have real social infrastructure built in Liberia until we change the way we form and organize our national budget. Like people were saying, the only way our local governments will be effective to ensure that business services are provided if they have teeth to bite. And the teeth to bite is their control over their county development funds. So let me take an example on Lofa County. Lofa County has 2 senators, 5 representatives. In the budget, you allocate $100,000 for each electoral district budget development initiative under the quote unquote the representative of that district. Then you allocate $150,000 for each senatorial position. Therefore, because we got 2 senators, you got $150,000 each. So Lofa received $300,000 to the senatorial position, received $500,000 to the electoral district. That's $800,000. Now, my point is, if you put that $800,000 into the account of Lofa County, the superintendent, the county council, the district council, the clearing council, all local government structures work together to identify their development activities, what will benefit them. They perform that duty, right? Then the caucus of the county becomes like the bowl, where the county superintendent and all the other supporting workers in the county government will be put to the caucus on how this amount was spent. But instead of doing that, you have this 800,000 divided among electoral districts, and the district representatives and the senators will work with their own people and decide what will be the project. And this is happening over and over in this country. And we're not seeing the basic social services that will make change in people's life. Look, we're talking about schools. The school that was built in my hometown, Baba home, by the government through Liz Pewee. That one of the group that is, in my view, what I saw in Bola, in Baba home, the school they built there, it tells me that group is one of the corrupt government agencies. How in the modern day you build a school there and the school has paid latrine? In this modern day, paid latrine in the 21st century, and government got money to build school in that community. And that school satisfied about 3 or 4 other villages around it. I was there 2 months ago. They had a heavy storm. The roof was the whole building was de-roofed. You can imagine the school was used 2 classes sharing 1 room. 1st, 2nd grade share 1 room. 3rd grade, 4th grade share 1 room. 5th grade, 6th grade share 1 room. How in the modern day we want to improve Liberia? We want to improve our human capacity in this country. We stay building schools to have that kind of situation in the country. Another point I will reference about education. Where is in Sokepa? I saw you cross from Bon County into Nima. They're the first village on the Myean Road, and not even far in the jungle. On the Myean Road, right there on the Myean Road. Go see that school building. I got photos there. People say that on blocks or something. They are on chair. No people, they're not chair. The bricks, the dead bricks that they have in the village. No children carry and they sitting on it. You see, I show you some photos of what I saw in that place. I just got weak of my own country about the way we've been governing ourselves. We've been so bad to each other. We've been so cruel to each other in this country.
because we're in Monrovia, we're in government, our children are attending the best schools in Monrovia, our children are going to school in foreign countries. So we care to even concern about the people that are taking care of the mineral in the forest, that we are money and eating the money. Because all the mineral in the forest, people are there in those butchers. They go to mine the mineral from there, and the people there, they are left unattended to. The benefit goes to them. Their children are going to school in these best African countries, in Europe and other places, but they don't care about the poor people children in this country. But worst of all is that the people who we're talking for, they don't even realize what we're doing for them. They will still go and celebrate those people that are harming, that are destroying their future. Whether they don't know or what, I don't know. But sometimes it makes me feel like, why should I talk? I sit down with you in the village. I tell you what you should do, how you should act, how you can ask for what you need to ask for from your resident or senator. And if from there, the man comes and gives $5 in, he gives 10 bags of rest, the man becomes the king for them. So I cannot give 5 bags of rest. I cannot give 10 in. I'm telling you how we can work together to give you better life, better environment, better school system, whatever. I'm the wrong person. I don't have nothing. I'm poor. I'm broke. So these guys that are in power, that are getting money, the way they're getting the money, they just keep using it to keep people in the poverty condition, and they keep being in power and making life for themselves, making life better for themselves. It is so bad for us. I mean, I don't know who to even appreciate in Liberia for doing good for this country. If I want to appreciate anybody, I will go back to pre-war. The schools I see in Lofa that were built doing Torgbean through the UC handshake programs, right? I think the schools where we went to doing the old days before the war, we have better facilities. Then now we are in modern day Liberia. You pay public school, no water. Right in Monrovia, in Pinsville Town Hall, public school is there. Right? It is the students now that are raising money as a project to ensure that their latrine system, their bathroom system has running water. So sometimes they make all these big projects under the federal ministries and agencies. When you go to find out what are the ministry agencies ever receive the allocation, is not done. Sometimes they receive it in the last quarter of the year when the budget year closes. So how does that amount impact people's life, impact that sector? You understand? So going back to local government is a good idea, but the only way we enjoy it is we have to institutionalize the budget system. We want to make sure we cut down some costs that go on in Monrovia. In fact, for example, all the government ministry agencies have offices in the county. So let the county develop their budget based on those government ministry agencies programs in our place. Ministry of Agriculture have program. Ministry of Finance should have program there. Ministry of Public Works, Ministry of Health, Social and Health should have program. But all the things come from headquarters. Then the doctors got to run to Monrovia every day, coming in the ministry, going from office to office, trying to secure funding for the hospital or for even the staff workers and things. So we have to try to institutionalize the budget system to ensure that counties have their own budget to manage based on health, based on education, based on security, and everything else. And they get report to the headquarters. Small government in Monrovia, big government in the community. They're where the people benefit from the system. Those are things we are telling the people that we want to come to power to bring this change so they can enjoy the benefit of our country. And look at Riverside. Riverside is one of the rich counties. Yeah. Why? But Riverside has the forest that Riverside has elephants in that place. Right? Riverside has the forest. People are doing go work in Riverside. Alluvial gold mining. Right? People are doing a lot of things in Riverside. If we have a system to control our mineral sector, natural resource sector in a way that people benefit, citizens benefit. You go into Wiswa where you've been digging diamond from for the last 50 or more years. Wiswa is so poor. No proper hygiene in Wiswa. Yeah, the place looked like 1918 community, or even the 18th century or 17th century community. But there where mineral has come from, you got Air Wiswa, you got all kind of big names, right? Babulu, as remote as Babulu is when you go to the city of Babulu, but the mineral comes from there that people are getting rich out of, they are living fabulous life. So how are we managing our natural resources for the benefit of our people? So our president has to be in charge. To ask the minister, Mr. Minister, what are you doing? What's happening in your sector? How are we getting benefit of these places? What are we doing about these things? But everybody sit down and whether the minister can tell you what we're doing, then you clap. Oh yeah, oh the minister can say, oh Mr. President, no money put there. They are opposition, all the seen there, like they because they didn't like you, they didn't support you. So the same practice going on in this country. Same thing was done by Nasari, same thing was done with Mr. Weah, and we still doing it. The post-conflict Liberia has never changed our pattern. We have to break the status quo of politics. Our people are suffering young, and we are giving birth every day. The young people coming. What are we giving them when they come? What are we giving them? What are we keeping for the young generation to inherit and be proud of being Liberians? Nothing. So now I said, look at my children, look at my children in the neighborhood. I'm wondering, what are children going to inherit after us? We who are now in our 50s and going towards our 60s, we are struggling to get life going. What will the children do when they take after us? What are we giving them in the classroom, in the schools? Right now, the children are doing WAEC exam. Some children want to school, so they ask them, and they tell you the thing they put the topic in the high in the school or the exam. So they have never seen what they saw on the test yesterday. Never in their life. They never saw anything related to the thing that they were talking on. They were being or evaluated on yesterday during the exam. They want to bring the children. We can't bring the children. The children will not get what they don't have. So if they were never taught anything, how would they give answer? How would they respond? They make it appear that the children are dull or nothing. No, the children are not dull because they are not giving, they are not talking about it in the school. So education mission needs to go forward. Well.
Absolutely. Victor, Riverside County has 90,000 people, 47,000 male, 43% female, 47% male. The population density, how many people living? 16 people per mile. Just imagine the vast land they have there. And here we are. You got 2 senators that get paid. Whether if from a small county, get the same pay that the Montserrat County senators get paid. The 2 senators get the same salary as the 2 senators in Montserrat. I stand to be corrected, but all senators get the same pay. So these guys are robbing their own folks, and nobody is doing anything. And they just go to Monrovia and read all these big books. They do the PowerPoint presentation, and nothing come out of it day in and day out. And River says, the story in River says you can take it and take it to River G, you will find it there. You take it to Grand Bathurst, you will find it there. You take it to Tody, Montserrat County, you will find it there. So let's go, like we promised you, it's 603, let's roll the tape. Let's go to the video tip.
Inside is like outside. Inside is western and outside. Inside Jerusalem school is western and outside. Which are looking for place to hire yourself. Nowhere in the to hire yourself. Nowhere in Jerusalem come to hire yourself. We is calling children are running away. They are running away. I can't keep in here because it's been falling outside and inside and outside. So there's no way I can keep them. I can see where their shoes are spoiling. Their shoes are spoiling. I can see where they are running away. It's outside, like inside like outside. Exactly. Inside like outside like inside.
Look at the floor.
I can't keep them here no longer because if it's outside, don't let them go home. They got under the room. They are going home. They are rushing home. You can no longer keep them here. It's the inside like outside. So they travel home. They are already work inside. So they will also be work outside. That's no way to hide the chairs. The chairs are spoiling. Chairs are getting wet.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know you for the folks who are from the Unity Party will say, all you guys do is come out here and beat up on the government. But I want you to come out here and debunk what we just showed that it's a lie, that it was fabricated. That school benefit J.J. Robert time. It was there during the early days, it was there during the weird day, it was there doing, and now it's still there for the rescue government. And we have a gentleman, one of the ugliest fellows in Liberia, he called himself the Garguah's son. Between him and Edwin Snow, I don't know, I think it's a tie. Their outside appearance look just like their behavior and things they do. These are ugly people. So their behaviors are ugly. Their products come out ugly. A man who looks good, who is conscious of self-care, will not allow himself to be driven through a small place, few blocks, city blocks.
Yeah, a man who looks good like me.
And cannot tell me that he didn't see or have not heard. If you come from a place where 47,000 people, how can you tell me that you can't see these things? They said Garguah Jr., when he wanted to become a senator, he was building solar light everywhere. He was building for the poor and doing this. Everybody, you want building? Yes, okay, I got one for you. He did that. But he forgot to build a school or renovate a school of this magnitude. You can see the structure looks solid. It is the frame, things that needs to be replaced. The floor. Children are walking on the floor and there are big hole gaps. And when the rain is pouring. And the children are huddling and making noise. Even the principal can't make them to shut up because for the kids it's fun. Oh, the rain coming again. Oh, Lord. And the lady is saying it is better outside than in the building. The elements outside give the kids even more protection than what we're doing in the building. Mr. Nagbe, we got, I don't want to call Houston because Houston doesn't die hard, but River says we got problem.
River says we got a problem.
We got some
and
problem.
don't forget now the senators taking pay just like the senators from Montserrat. They're also getting the same. They're getting equal number of yellow machines. Don't forget.
Yes.
Because according to the math, every county is all get equal number of 19 yellow machines.
19.
Yeah, you know. But you know what a national tragedy, Jerome. And don't forget, each of these guys every 3 years they get $45,000 to buy a car.
Sometimes more because you saw the commerce minister, he paid what was on the books, the receipt at $90,000.
Exactly. You know, and so it's just really kind of sad. And it looks like, you know, they go in there, they drink the Kool-Aid, you know, and they form a bond and they protect one another. And then when you talk about it, they call you in and bring the minister of state and compel you to apologize, you know, like you're lying on them. You understand? Like what you're saying, you understand me? It's like you're telling imaginary tales, but the receipts are all over the place. This is one of the receipts on the video, right? And just like you said, I was just thinking the same thing you were thinking. Yes, right now the rescue government is in office, and so we'll call their name. But this problem has been with us from time without number, from Tubman days, before Tubman, to Talbot, to Samuel Doe, to Charles Taylor, to Judy Bryant, to Ellen Johnson, to George Weah. Our people have been locked out of our natural resources. Our people have been locked out. Monrovia is Liberian to our government. Even the Monrovia.
Don't have water.
Even the Monrovia, yes. Monrovia is not even. You know, when you talk to them, and then you be there, they, you know, they start texting you, but it's true. We're proud of I love Liberia. Don't get me wrong. You and I were there, sweating in the heat and enjoying ourselves. We didn't want to come back because we love the place. But that place is not a country. It is not. The state we keep that country in, no country should be held in that state. There is nothing in the country that functions well. Nothing. Nothing. Everything is a make-believe. You know, electricity account during the rainy season.
Oh yes, you're right.
And then when it's some kind of, then they start explaining, you know, what had happened was, right? You know, the dam, you know, and hell, you had 6 months to prepare for the dam. You knew the dry season was going to come. But that's the country we have, Jerome. And these little kids, you know, you talk about the flow and all that. What about that roof? I mean, the water is just like, you know.
It could cave in anytime.
Yeah, it could cave in anytime. And we wonder when cholera and dysentery and all of these things break out, you understand me? And, you know, and we wonder how is it that so many people, you know, Ebola is carrying so many people, you know, typhoid fever and all of these things. I mean, we are creating these conditions, you know. So those children learning on that kind of atmosphere, you know, is that they're psychologically damaged. Those children are going to grow up feeling inferior. You take a child from over there and bring them to Ivory Coast, you know, you carry them in the school building, they feel intimidated. I'm not even going to talk about bringing them to the Western world, right? You know, where these children here are now, you're using touch board, you go, you put your hand on the board, you start writing. You know, you bring a child from over there, they will feel so intimidated and inferior. They will lock themselves. You know what I mean? They will have a lockdown. You know, lock their brains. So we have to give ourselves a fighting chance. You got to make our children competitive. You know, and we continue to talk about what is happening to the country when generation after generation after generation is being fed smoke screen. You know, we tie the people's eyes. People can't see anything. Most of the children over there have never even been to Monrovia, let alone anywhere else. They don't know any better. We have to give them the opportunity. You know, and you know, it's just really sad. I will pass it back to you, but you know, I'm just sitting here and wondering why we are so wicked. You know, to ourselves. Why?
Self-hate.
And exactly, and most of them over there, the children are not. The children are not going to that school.
No, they're not even going to school in the country. But ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we're going to have a special guest. Dr. Rockefeller Cooper is going to be here. Dr. Rockefeller is the doctor who did the autopsy on Mrs. Jackson. He was hired by the Jackson family to go to Liberia and do the autopsy. He completed the autopsy. Something is amiss. So Dr. Rockefeller Cooper is going to be our guest tomorrow. So be ready. It's going to be heated. It's going to be rocky tomorrow. I mean, no pun intended. His name is Rockefeller, but it's going to be rocky tomorrow. Why is it that this woman has been dead for months? Why aren't we putting this woman, laying her to rest? What happened to the government on autopsy? Where is the report? Dr. Rockefeller is going to be here tomorrow to be our guest. I spoke with him. I told him we can only take you with no holds barred. That means we're going to ask the tough question. We're going to be very intrusive. We're going to be respectful to the dead, but we're going to ask some tough questions. We want you to join us tomorrow. Pass the word around. Tell everybody Dr. Rockefeller will be here. We want to know who hired him. What was the scope of his work? When did he complete the work? To whom did he submit his report or his findings. Tomorrow, Mr. Rockefeller is going to be here. Let me go to Pewee. Pewee, tomorrow we're having a special guest. It's a potpourri of everything. It's going to be science. It's going to be technology. It's going to be personal. It's going to be political. It's going to be legal. It's all wrapped into one tomorrow.
Absolutely, and I think it's important. Yeah, it's going to be the combination of all, and I think this is important that we have him because I'm hearing that. I think the autopsy performed by Dr. Cooper himself is being, denied in the evidence room, if you will. So we want to understand, what did he do? Is he a certified, codified pathologist? We'll be asking all those questions again. The reason why I'm asking certified, codified, we ought to understand where is he lessened to perform, where is his limitations to do these things, and on what ground did the government of Liberia, or the court, if you will, that's the government, denied whatsoever job that he performed, being a very competent person. We want him to respond to some of these things and see if the action of the government, is it sinister, or was it motivated, that he will not come out, because he also got the right to defend his own professional reputation here. And put his name is on the line, so he will have to come and be robust about it, and not only robust in the name of being robust, but he will have to come and give us some realistic material evidence here as to why he believed the government is going that path, and why he suspected himself in terms of if this matter, and I like how you put it, it's going to be both scientific, legal, because for his own professional side, the fact that he didn't, even if he was not accepted, does that issue relative to Mrs. Jackson's unfortunate demise and what he observed when he performed the autopsy, can the government go to court and win legally as per what he saw as an expert? Because he is now speaking, he's going to be speaking his capacity as an expert that himself perform this autopsy, and the report, if in a serious-minded, balanced, competent court of jurisdiction can push that matter via the prosecution to win a case there. So it is very critical, and we have not heard much of this case, and I want to understand where did he come from to go to perform the autopsy? Is he based in Liberia, or is he based here in the U.S.? If that is the case, on what ground was he hired? What was the tenor reference of his contract to go and perform this? And the certification is very important, and that of the competent and his qualification also. So, I mean, it was going to be a very great interaction with him. I heard a lot about this name before, and I want to know who he is actually and what he brings to the table in terms of what he can do moving forward to help the country, because Liberia, we've been having some serious problem in terms of investigative issue relative to homicide. We had a lot of homicide cases in the country, but those cases are still unsolved because there's no professional to help the government expedite these things by performing scientific autopsy on these things, coming up with realistic results to prove that there were foul play or it was under normal or natural circumstances, if you will. So we'll wait to see him tomorrow, and we will engage in respectfully and be very inquisitive to get most of those concerns that are lingering in the minds of a lot of Liberians ever since this unfortunate situation unfolded. But again, it's going to be something that I'm going to look forward to seeing. But I was just trying to pull something about this Riverset things quickly. This Riverset situation, I was trying to ask. Yeah, it's still really pinning me off. I was trying to see, is this happening this year, or is the government to know of this?
Well, if the media is there, somebody may have called. Somebody may have reached their waist end. You know, you call everybody, nobody paying attention because.
But if they're not in the know, that is even worse. You know.
Exactly.
That is even worse, Sylvester.
I'm trying
That
to
is
see if I
worse.
can get to
So
Senator Pewee.
because the Minister of Education, as you know, she took a tour of the country. Remember, we talked about that.
Yeah, they counted to country to
And okay, the real question I meant to ask again, it just came back to mind. Is this school in rural says in Sester City?
Yeah, from what I'm seeing, what I was hearing there, that's what it looks like, because it looks like a very well-designed building. You can see the brick, the architecture. So it looks like it's in, but I mean, 47,000 people.
And if you were to bear with me, that building, to have it renovated and do things, you need to spend more than 20,000. Right?
No, oh no, not I mean locally.
You wouldn't do that.
No.
No.
Yeah.
You wouldn't spend more than that.
Yeah.
It's something that even you and I, we can write it on this show. We can renovate that building. Then government can do it. Come on, man. You know, and it's not about they don't want to do it. It's about the insensitive nature as to how our government sees public service to the people. Now, unlike here in other advanced society, if you are insensitive of a public official, that's a taboo. That means you're not going to go back in office.
Yeah.
You're not going to go back in office. So that being insensitive. Look at what happened. Look at the situation unfolding currently in Los Angeles. We get information that Mayor Barr is on a serious threat by one other guy. Yes.
The guy from nowhere, he only claimed to fame is he owns some kind of bachelor show.
Yeah.
And that's all.
The guy said he come in the race.
But he's making sense.
He making a lot of sense. He make him in the race. He was not going to come in the race because his house got burned in Pakistan. So it was because of the reckless attitude of those people that led to that. And he's making some leeway.
Especially when there was widespread dissatisfaction over the way she handled the fire incident.
The Pakistan fire incident.
Yeah. People thought she was insensitive and incompetent.
And I'm I like her on a serious note.
She been government too.
I was privileged to have. I met her when
she been government too long.
I met her when she was in Congress. I had some personal picture of her when Belon Gafine came. She was part of the congressional people we met in 2018.
Congressional Black Caucus, yes.
Yeah, we met her in 2018 and the rest of that. She was so kind and nice and you know. And when I learned that she said, look, I said she was retiring from the House and going back to Los Angeles to be the mayor. And for sure, when she contested and won, and I was very happy she did that in that very beautiful and the second largest city in this country. But her position is up for grab. But I'm sure she's still going to. This guy will try, but he's not going to go anywhere. He'll try. Maybe he'll be next time.
I think you have a point there. Yeah, the reason I think it is gaining so much attention is that it should have been an easier win for her. Like they said, it was hers to lose.
Yeah,
it was almost like battled up, but now it like you're saying, it's really neck and neck, surprisingly. And she may very well squeak by, but people are surprised that she's getting so much, that the other people who just jump in the race, like you just described, are gaining so much traction. It says a lot about how people feel about her, and finally, I think this is one of the pitfalls of longevity, staying too long in politics. I mean, like you just said, she's been in politics for a while. I got nothing against her. I have a lot of love and respect for her. But even the women like Maxine Waters, even Chuck Schumer, these people, you've been there 2-3 terms. You should get out and give somebody a chance. That's fresh idea. Can you tell me, Maxine, right now she understands this whole AI revolution? And again, no disrespect to her. But even I myself here, I'm challenged that my kids know how to manipulate the AI and chat GPT and all that. Then I know, and I'm trying my best here to keep up, but I can only read for a few minutes. I read to sleep, and it's just a fact of life. So, we should know our limitations, what we are able to do. And when it's time to, give somebody else the opportunity, I can understand she wanted to make a contribution, but she's been given several opportunities. She's been in the legislature, congresswoman, and then she was mayor. I think she's seeking the second or third term now.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, And this is what's killing the Democratic Party right now. And don't get me wrong, I myself am a man of a certain age, but I'm saying once you make your contribution, I think you should pass the baton. Ocasio-Cortez or these children, they're breathing fire. They want the whole leadership changed.
Yeah.
Because it's all about the old boys and old girls, and they're right.
No, that's true. But quickly before we move back to our politics, we took notice of this new Democrat, Mr. Jerome, Mr. Gayman, there's a guy in Georgia.
No, I saw the guy. I saw the guy in me. The one in me.
No, the one in me part is not the digging behind.
We want to talk about me. Look at.
There's a young guy in Georgia. He's contesting Georgia.
Don't worry, I suppose you want to sidetrack. Talk about Georgia. I want to hear about Georgia. I don't hear about me.
The guy that's someone to look out for. That kid is a young guy.
He sounded like Kennedy to me. I mean, he is.
We need to look for him 2028. I would not be surprised if he's packed out to be the next president of this country.
The guy, I mean, he is an incredible candidate. People are comparing him to the Kennedys of the old, and that's exactly. I mean, the guy.
I'm trying to see the guy. The guy going for Trump. The he can go for Trump.
It's not a black guy. Not John Ossoff. It's not a black guy either.
No, it's a white guy.
No, it's a white guy. He said Trump have failed in 47 places, and he started naming them.
He's good, though. No,
I think I saw him on YouTube. I think I saw his. Yeah. Okay.
Look up for 2028.
But Sylvester, it speaks to what we're saying, right? Get the young people in space. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Look, it's hard. Even all of us here, we all victim of it or whatever we perpetuate. That ability to give someone the stage and listen and pay attention, you can advise from the behind. There's nothing wrong with that. If you still want to be in the pomp and pageantry, you can be an advisor, but to continue to be the arrowhead for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Why?
Because the crazy you saw, why you think Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is walking around in Monrovia among the regular people and nobody can do anything?
Nobody can touch her.
If she wanted to, she go and change the Constitution. She said, no, my time is up. I'm out of here. I'm going to be with my market with me. And you see the woman, you can be vexed with the woman. When you see her, she will disarm you. She has no threat to anybody.
No threat. They can call when she ready. She just go through a bomb. Then everybody start talking. My enemy.
You guys say my enemy. Everybody my enemy. Everybody as much as she have done. But this is why we are talking about know your limits, right?
Yes. Know your limit.
She said, you know what? When my turn ends, I'm going to leave this stage.
You know that song, don't go and say, you know, when you're on the gamut, you know when to
right. Yeah. No when to hold on, when to know when to
fall. Yeah. Know when to hold, know when to walk.
The woman is as true as they can come. She's the only president that I see walking around everywhere in Monrovia on the street.
Yeah.
She barely needs security. She just go, talk her junk, get back in your car, and goes home. That's what we are talking about. Know your limit. The woman knows her limit. You can say all you want to say about her.
The woman turned 87 this year. She's moving.
She's moving.
But Jerome, I know you had your topics, but these are audience people. This Mohammed family continue to talk about coming again. We talk about it coming a weird thing that we hear.
Yeah. Listen. We'll send you the bill for you to come out here and want to use our platform to run your campaign.
Right.
Mr. A. Mohammed T. Family Jr.
Right.
Labrador gave Mr. Comey a chance, can't 20 something now. And he talking that he's sitting in Colorado somewhere.
Martin High Capital, right?
Yeah, right.
My high. Yeah,
this is why the people keep telling you guys about you guys are bourgeois. You in Colorado, you skiing. You ever see Gribble people skiing somewhere? You ever see on ice skiing? But yes, that's what it is. We got comments here. Let's go. They say comments dismisses concern over 2% election threshold accuses Dillon of playing politics. Political analysts are saying that Honorable Cummings has a place in Liberian history. That's what someone is saying. So Cummings has a place in Liberian politics and he should be given a chance. Someone is calling. But Cummings dismisses the 2% election threshold. We just talked about it. We said whomever has the money meets the qualification set forth by the Elections Commission should have the right to run. He's a Liberian. He qualified. Hey, if you say I should pay $10,000 to qualify to run, I'm wasting my money. You say I'm not going to win. Why should the Election Commission turn down $10,000? Turn down that kind of money because you want to do what? If I'm irrelevant, right? If I get 1% or 10,000 votes, like you said, why are you picking on me? I mean, I'm irrelevant. I can't make any difference. So why? It makes no sense. So I agree with the folks this time. Cummings said the 2% make no sense. It is picking on someone because Dillon is saying the next election, 2029, the president will come from the Liberty Party. This is what Dillon is saying. And someone is saying the basketball may have eaten too much domo or fufu and had no clue what's going on in politics for him to say this is the Liberty Party's time to be president of Liberia and Cummings should sit one side because he got only 2%. Something is wrong with this man. The Liberty Party got zero. So 0 is better than 2%? 0% is better than 2%? If you want to bar anybody, the guy who has 0 will be the first guy to kick out. But the 0 man says you should get rid of 2%. Yeah, let's talk about Cummings.
I listened to Dillon's questioning. I like some of the questions that he posed to the election chairman nominee, Mr. Widow. But yeah, this 2% thing, I think, first of all, I don't know if Dillon actually mentioned Mr. Cummings in this, though.
He doesn't have to.
So I would think Dillon was just asking a generic question, but there are a lot of things that could be explained about the 2%. Some of it, don't take it from me, take it from Councilor Mariah Yakula. She explained some of it on her page. The law is very clear. First of all, let's establish Cummings did not go into this going elections as the standard bearer of ANC.
Oh, he went as a CPP.
He went as a CPP candidate. The CPP does not exist. That alone gives him the pathway to go again because he did not. This is not going to be ANC coming back as a 2% or less than 2%. Or that's not ANC. Two, the law, according to what Yakula quoted, Councilor Yakula, if you already have representation in the government, and she named some of the CPP or lawmakers, including Boy Charles and all of these people, Prince Myean, all of these people who went into the legislature, even the Dillon himself, he's a CPP product.
That's correct.
If you went, so those factors alone gave Mr. Cummings a pathway, to contest. But notwithstanding all that, the CMC, through the Honorable Musa Hassan Belede, who was also the political leader, is putting forth a bill to the legislature to scrap this and amend it. We think that people should decide. We don't think people should be excluded from participating in politics on a technicality. We think this is undemocratic, and we think it should be amended. But I don't know if You know, Dylan raised the issue. I don't think he was talking to Cummings, to be honest with you. I mean, I didn't even think about Alex Cummings when he raised this issue. I think Dylan was just being Dylan. You know, Dylan, when Dylan is bloviating, you know what I'm saying? When he's trying to blow smoke, he's looking around. He's not even looking at me, asking the question. You see how many people are impressed by his performance. You know what I'm saying? And I was just looking at him, like shook my head. But I like what he asked, that Mr. Widow should present his letter of resignation as founding chairman of Lino, and I hope Johnny has a copy because he came on. I hope he will talk about it. Dylan is saying, if you say you resign, show me the proof. Where's the receipt? So I hope Dylan, I hope Widow will go and find his receipt and bring it, because that's what the law requires, that you must have resigned at a certain date before being nominated to the Elections Commission, and not while you were there. You know, I think those are some of the questions that Dylan was raising. He talked about trucking, which is also another issue of concern. This whole question of trucking, you know, I think it's becoming concerning, and I think it's something that needs to be looked at.
How will you? I mean, we have looked at this thing here over and over. I've been talking about it, but what happens? The men say, you know, I'm from Barobo. I'm in Monrovia, but I'm going to come home and vote in my, you know.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do.
What are you going to do about it?
You know, and I want to go vote in Barobo. I don't have transportation to go, but I just saw Cummings going. I said, can I ride with you? Right. And all the Barobo people ride with him. We're going. We in a truck now.
Yeah. What are you going to do? So it's a difficult ask, but, you know, I don't know. But, yeah, you're right. It will be a difficult law to enforce if they decide to make it illegal. It will be difficult.
He says what he could do is they're going to try to see you are forced to vote where you live. So then if that is the case, how long should I live here before I vote? Because what happens if I just move from Buchanan to Monrovia? Are you going to tell me, well, you know, have you lived here 6 months? Have you lived here a year?
Right.
He also answered the domicile thing. What is domicile? You know, how do you determine that?
Right.
Because at one point we thought that you have to live within the district for a year consecutively to make it. He said, no, once you declare this is where you live, it doesn't matter whether you're in and out. That is your area and you live there. You have a property there, wherever it is, you live there. So he cleared a lot of the Jimmy. Johnny, you ran before. You have gone through all of these questions. What do you think about what Mr. Widow was going through?
Yeah, I think the thing is our election law also is what we should be looking at. I mean, I live both in Lofa and Monrovia because I have a property in Lofa. I'm in Lofa almost every other time, and once you declare in on the form, you know, that you fill to present to the election commission, and you indicate that you know you have a place that you live there, they accept it. So that doesn't count against you; it goes in your favor, you know. But the issue of the trucking is that but this is where we need to also clarify. If, like how you saying, if you are from Barabo or you from Lofa, and you prefer going back home to go and vote, that's a different situation compared to taking anybody from Monrovia or from Cape Mount or from whatever to just go register there, put them in truck and carry and say, go register in this district in Lofa because I want to win the election in Lofa. That is a different situation because the trucking that I notice here happening here is that people go to these other parts of the other country, and the young men and women are there are looking for something. They pay them, put them on vehicle, get them there because the thing is, during the registration process, it is almost like a month or more. So at that point, they can go into numbers of 20, 15, 20, 30. They're going small. So the person identify up to 200 persons. They will register in the next maybe like 20 days or so. One person is going to go small and register. Then they go on the voting day, they all turn out and go and vote. So sometimes they will do that within different communities. So if a district has like 15 different polling places, all the people that want to go register for the mayor will register at the different polling places that they will not have too much trouble with interview on where do you live or whatever. You know, all the men knows the librarian may call the man look to the man in the booth sound like Liberian person, the man is registered. So when he's registered, then he becomes qualified and eligible to vote and not put in place. So, but I mean, it just had to do with a lot of work with election commission to know how we can draw the line between people from the county going back to go register and vote, and those that are not from the county that have been deliberately packed on a vehicle to go and register there because somebody wants to run, and they feel that they don't have the relationship with people they're going to contest, for, and then they will not vote for them, But I mean, it's a critical thing. We should look at it critically, and make sure that it happens. And the issue of the vaccination, I think that was a good point. Myself, when I heard the law ask that question, it's important, and not just because of line or thing. I mean, if the law says he should resign, and you got to prove that you resign, you got to have a proof of record that you resign. And so if he doesn't have it, he has to go to NEC. I mean, go to Lionel Secretariat to find a copy of it. But I think those are important documents that people should keep on them in terms of having the kind of situation coming about. But even I know also that despite him not coming with his letter of resignation, I've never seen him around Lionel. I've never saw him play any political role during Lionel's election over the last period. From the time they served as a founding person, I think in the 1997 or 96 election, somewhere around 97 election. And then by the time he got appointed to NEC, I think in 2004 or so, that's when, 2004, yeah, somewhere there. That's when I learned that he resigned. And all of that, I didn't even know much about him until recently when he got, nominated by the president. So I'm hoping that he can lay hands on his letter and just prove it to the Senate that, yeah, he did resign and this is evidence.
But Johnny, let me ask you this. Sorry, Jerome. Has Lionel not had a meeting about this, you guys? I mean, this man was, the way he was giddy about the UP even declaring the UP winner before the election results were even out. I think, to me, he'd already left Lionel. Is that something up to now you guys cannot verify?
No, but I mean that's why I said last time the conversation when you guys were trying to make it look that we endorsed him because of Lionel. No, I mean personally I didn't know he was part of Lionel until I got until all the thinking about right. But this man was saying in the last election more proactively doing things not in Lionel's favor, but for his group that they formed here and from where I formed and decided they were consulted. He didn't even consult us. I didn't even see any. I didn't hear any information whether he ever communicated that group they formed here from here to Lionel. I think I learned that he only communicated with CPP, Liberty Party, I think the CDC and the UP, for and that's why I say so. I mean, we Lionel doesn't have much faith to fry in it because I mean, like he said, he resigned from the party. Even if you're not resigned officially, but you're not being active for the party, you're not being engaged with the party. So that's it.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, let's send our shout out to the Republic of Italy. Today, Italy turned 80. 80 years of being a republic. I know you want to say Italy been around for thousands of years, yes, but they have never been a republic. Has always been either a monarchy. So after World War II, they became an official republic. Today, make them 80 years old. Italy, they are celebrating. I'm watching that celebration huge. Today, Italy turned 80 as a republic. Let me go to Honorable Pewee. It was strange that the House of Representatives today, the speaker sat there for a long period of time. No one came. No quorum. Nobody. So just like they ring in the children's school and they told the kids to go home, the few people that show up, they told them to go home because they don't have a quorum. And then the newspaper picked it up and said, this could have been an attempted coup. They want to get rid of Richie Coon. Your take, how is this possible?
It's very well possible. In the House of Representatives, in the legislature or in parliaments across the world, we expect sometimes those kind of abrupt coup d'etat to just erupt, and in some cases it will be aborted or foiled, if you will. In some cases, it would just succeed, right? So this is a regular thing. It also, sometimes you saw how Kevin McCarthy, in no time, we saw he was booted out here. And then today we have Johnson. But back in our country, is quite unfortunate that it is deeply polarizing. So anytime anyone can spark up some debate about coup, but initially all the time those coup to remove speaker, attempt to remove speakers always emanates from the executive mansion. Normally, the executive mansion will initiate the entire scenario. The reason is that you don't have individual lawmakers to take the stand and move through the cracks in the ranks of other lawmakers and convince them over, because the issue often is that you need to monetize them. You need to co-opt them by buying them off to take on those kind of initiatives. So to see this happening, and if it is not sanctioned, I don't think this is sanctioned by the administration. It should be some of the disgruntled ones, and so this is coming up within the ranks and file of the lawmakers. They are increasing disillusion, and what is leading to the disillusionment of most of them is due to what is unfolding currently. The current speaker is doing things that is counterproductive towards their own interests, that is practically inimical to their stand as current lawmakers, and they believe there were a lot of commitment made to them to boot the former speaker out, and now they're being suppressed, they're being ostracized, in other terms, and they are not getting...
And Sylvester, something that they call Kuyate to testify against. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And some of the corruption Kuyate was talking about, that they said they call him to apologize, but go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Mr. Gayman, so these are things that are popular. But what sounded a little laughable today to me is that the Constitution's instructed clearly that absent member shall be compared to come, but the sanction they talk about, and it is unconstitutional to even tamper with someone's salary, because I don't know if the speaker got that power to do it. I listened to him, all his frustration today. He said they will start going to cut their salary and other things, or stop it. I thought he was naively speaking, but again, I don't see the reason why. And I may be wrong here, but my guess here is that those guys are very disgruntled. And I spoke the last time to Anthony Williams. You heard him. There's a time he said anything is possible, right? I believe that the speaker will have to move. We still have almost 3.5 years to go. I wouldn't be surprised if the speaker is booted out between now and this time next year. And I'm sure, this is what I'm saying, he's going to be, and this time this school will be initiated, not by government to fund it, they may be against it, or what they may do, if it is possible, they may not use money also to thwart the plan of these guys, but they will continue to disrupt some of these things moving forward. Now, if the government is still heavily supporting the speaker, then they will find the money, or the speaker will go around, find some money, and co-opt some of the guys to make sure that they don't have the number required to have him out. So it's going to be a difficult fight for them, but they're going to attempt to do most of the thing, but I think it's going to be aborted. But yes, the speaker is not, he's not really doing, he's trying to do the bidding of the government and personally getting things on himself. One of them told me a couple of days ago, the guy is doing a lot of things behind the scenes, cutting his own deals and other things, and he's leaving all in the cold. So yes, there will be increasing disappointment in the camp, and all of that frustration. They may attempt to get him out, but I'm not inclined to believe they will succeed, because maybe the government will take some money up pump. But if this were to persist between now and next year this time, I wouldn't be surprised if he's booted out.
Wow.
Mr. Murray, let me just make sure we're done talking about the CDC and ANC thing, right? Because the CDC people coming out, all they come here to talk about. We're moving on from that topic, right?
I didn't even comment on that.
And 1 minute. Let me welcome Sarah before I get in trouble.
Oh my God.
Sarah, let me see. Okay, let me welcome two people. Sarah and Joe Manjala. You got to go two people you can't do without. So
the two of them go together.
I'm trying to work on my. Thank you, Mr. Gilman. Thank you for the show. I'm trying to work on my stuff here to come on my iPad. It's giving me a lot of hard time.
But
So
what happened all the time? You can get come today. What happened?
now who's talking that thing? Look who's talking.
Listen, I'm looking
You
here.
don't want to see your face. What happened?
I ain't seen Joe Manjala yet. So please come on the show.
Trust
Yeah,
me.
I'm trying to come on the show.
Trust me.
Yes. So I mean, if someone hear that voice, you show face. So you show face, he will pop up.
Listen,
before
I can jump there quickly, the ANC CDC thing. Let me say something in this place, and I'm one person. Mr. Gayman, if I were to have the opportunity to come by,
go ahead.
Come by from Mr. Arizona Cummings. I believe Mr. Cummings is a good man. I believe Mr. Cummings can be a very progressive leader of Liberia.
He ready to take the house.
Listen, when they start praising you, watch it.
Hey, just wait. Let him talk. Let him learn, Mr.
I
Gayman.
believe Mr. Cummings is a consummate businessman,
right?
That have done so much for himself. And I believe that he can replicate that in the Liberian presidency. But the problem, therefore, what I'm looking into, listen, we're looking at the possibility of, and for me, I love to be very clear. And moving forward, I have committed to myself to always be the person that will come and say the hard truth. I would say maybe Mr. Nagbe may not like me for that today.
Right.
But the CMC current political leader can win the coming election. If you're the point, they will beat him.
Why?
They will beat him badly. He won't. So the reason is that you need someone that is likable and electable. For now, Mr. Benedict is not electable. To be very honest with you.
Why?
I'm speaking to you as a political pundit now.
I get it, but let's be factual and analytical, and so give me facts.
Okay, the reason why I'm saying I'm looking at the numbers. Benedict is doing a lot of things around, winning souls around here, getting people, but can he get across to the finish now? No, I would say this to you emphatically. No, he won't. And we ought to set some time. It is difficult.
TMC people don't let it have facts, though.
And it is difficult for all to hear these things. Can we coalesce? Can the hotel wave thing we trying to push here? Or in that, if you are to push and go and better join the race, and Mr. Nagbe, they're gonna come back to Mr. Weah and Mr. Bwaka in 2029.
So
Mr. Weah and Mr. Bwaka, I'm saying this, I will end here soon. I'm saying this to be very clear in terms of the body politics of the country. If you are to give British even $50 million, people will go and get the money. Listen, the Liberian politics is a kind of peculiar set of politics. And you know how we examinate. The examination process is quite different from other countries in terms of our political culture. And you saw the way, the pattern of what no one expected, and people are saying, oh, this, and I told folks, I said, if anybody were to beat Mr. Weah, with Mr. Bwaka. And that's why I said to folks, I said, when we were close to the elections, a lot of guys in the CDC didn't like what I was saying at the time. And immediately after the election, all of them started pointing to me, oh man, you need. I said, I saw it from a distance. If you allow pre-joining to slip out, it will be difficult for Mr. Weah to win the elections. I said because Mr. Bwaka is known. He's a new candidate. He has the political notoriety. And the kind of a propaganda this the party initiated against the CDC, if you allow Mr. Bronson to go away, Bwaka will likely win the election. I didn't say we will be defeated. I said Bwaka will likely win it because I left space for something. And I said anybody that will come close will be very distant. How can the CMC serve as a conduit to get a tailwave? And that tailwave could be you structure a buy everybody on and you put comments on the face of that. Trust me, you can, Mr. Gayman, Mr. Nagbe, everybody, we are on this platform there. I'm saying this to you. If you dip that and coalesce behind comments and set the requisite strategic media communication, media strategy put into place and be very robust in amalgamating all of the necessary forces, then you can say, okay, these two political institutions fail the Liberian people. It's about time that the citizen movement will change. It's a very wonderful nomenclature. But that nomenclature will have to go in line, neutrally, in line with the person and something you're going to push to do that. It's about having the necessary forces aligned appropriately, and then you can go into all that. Trust me, we're going to go to elections. The CMC will, maybe if they play major role, will come, maybe if they're third or fourth, then the next, they will take out of the side. You out of here, the CMC is declaring support for the United Party or the CDC. And you will say, Sylvester Pewee said it on the 2nd of June. I'm saying this to us. We have a lot of forces we can move up. We have currents. So it has to be a concerted effort. Serious mobilization. People like you with very powerful IQ. You're not only a career classroom teacher or professor, but you are a seasoned politician. With people like you out there.
And yeah, Jerome, if they say you up and then they cut your feet on it, go ahead now.
I told you.
I got enormous respect for your IQ.
As do I.
No, but I know I ain't you every day. I see you, right? The way your creativity, right? You bring about. Leave the other rest of things, and so that you can be more theatrical, right? In terms of bringing intellectualism to bear, right? So all these things mixed up with the way the thing going. We ought to be fair, but we don't like to speak on the reality. Other than that, trust me, we'll go back to the election issues. We're going to hear either Mr. Weah or Mr. Boakai will come again. Then the next thing, I agree, and God forbid, if Boakai were to win the election. If Boakai were to win the election, you know what he's done? And that's the problem. We have to be very calculative here. If Boakai were to win the election, I'm saying God forbid, because if Boakai were to win the elections, what's going to happen is that you're going to, because if Boakai were to win the election, and me say again, God forbid, so Cyril can go, so Cyril will pray for me tonight. If Boakai were to do that, you have given to Rome to Kun to be the president by some default. Because Boakai will not end the term up to 30-35. I can say this for anybody. I'm not praying. He don't end the term. He will be somehow, but he may retire maybe in the next 2 years in the second term. Then you give Kun the opportunity to finish the unexpired term. What did our constitution say about that? That does not constitute a term. Then Kun will be prepared to go for his first term, his second term. Do you know what? Most of the new generation is now a real issue. Now, if we are to win the elections, then you give in the baseline also, but we don't know who going to be we are running mate. That will be we are vice president. They say, okay, with the dynamics of the politics change because we have come, we now see a new configuration tactics, and that configuration will be a change system. They only say reflect or bring a change between the two major political institutions. So that's my fear here. If a tear wave were to come, it's about now. If not, if any of these two political parties were to come back to power, there'll be no room for any tear wave in Liberia. We're now going to resort and revert now permanently to what I refer to as a two-party democracy. And I'll rest on this case for now.
Thank you very much.
Hold on 1 minute. Kehleboe, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to make a quick comment here.
No, wait a minute. This man, he go and sleep and eat and everything. We sit down here for 2 hours. When he called, then he gave him priority. Let him wait for me. Let me make my point. Let him hang on there. Let him wait. So, Sylvester, let me say this, right?
Kehleboe, 1 minute. Go ahead, Land. Victor, go ahead. No, it's Victor. Go ahead.
Can I Sylvester? You are not Sylvester needs to hear more.
Yeah. Victor, go ahead.
Professor, I have a lot of respect for you too, and also I know you have a lot of experience in government, so I respect you a lot, and I appreciate the commendations coming from guys like yourself, because I know you know what you're talking about. So thank you. Let me just say this about what is happening. First of all, the fact that we are advancing the bill to allow as many parties as want to compete. That should tell you something, Sylvester. We have not understood the politics of the first round. You understand me? We have not. This going election of the qualified voter, about 63% voted. That's an astounding 37% that desire to sit it out. Maybe nobody reached them. We are going to reach the nook and crannies of this country. Look, We're going to shock the world. I'm telling you this. The same way you're telling us to save this tape. We are not complicit. We're not going to sit and be coronated like other people feel is for them. You sit down, you do nothing. We are going to work. We are not naive to think that we don't need any work. Look, let me tell you something, my dear brother. Musa Ability, as the political leader of the CMC, if he wins, will become the stand-up barrier. I'll just tell you what you didn't want to say. He's a Mandingo man. That's one strike against him. He's a Muslim man. That's the second strike against him. We, the Liberian, we will let the Liberian people will normalize those that we refer to as aspirate. I mean, I forgot the word. I will come back to it. But those so-called abnormalities that people reject, we just told you about. We're going to push to rid our people of this identity politics. We have work to do. But I can tell you, because we know we have an uphill climb, we are going to work. Look, President, we are the most popular candidate in Liberia, right? His first round votes are less than 50% of the electorate, as much as he tries. We know he got at 35, 32, 35, 38% locked in. But that's an astounding about 62% of the Liberian people that are there up for grabs. We know that. We are going to let our numbers lead. We are going to employ analytics. We're not just going to sit down and run around and do crowd politics. You know, I'm not. We are working, my dear brother. And I appreciate the comments you're making. Comments like that give us the impetus. They push us to work harder. We get it. But we are studying the first round politics. You know, playoff in this country is a different animal. We are going to get into the second round. And that's where we are going to also make sure with politics. So all this thing we're talking about, you know, yeah, Musa Ability is not a traditional politician, all of that. Yeah, we understand that. We've heard that. We know a lot of people have written our obituary even before our first convention. We get it. But I can tell you, we will shock the world. We will do things that have never been done. President Bwaka himself said it. You know, new things you've never seen were happening. They were happening. We are going to make the best of the chance that God has given us, and that's why we're starting this early. How many of the political leaders you see doing what we're doing today, as hardworking and busy as we are? None. Not even the president we are, former president. None. We are starting early because we know we have to put ourselves out there to introduce ourselves to our people. With all of this being baked in. You think we just started this yellow machine thing and doing roads and things for nothing? No, it is baked in. We're introducing ourselves.
Did you guys bring in a 26 yellow machine yet?
I will get to that, Syrup. When you talk and you talk. Right now, please don't interrupt me. No. So, but let me give it back to Syrup because you answered. But let me talk about the Speaker Kunti.
No, I just question. You got
listen, I got somebody on the phone. Let him land. Go ahead. Go ahead, Chief.
Go ahead, Chief.
All right. So look, Victor, I'm not going to be long. I just want to respond quickly to Mr. Pewee. You know, he made the analysis.
Kehleboe Pewee business.
He said he's a political pundit.
There's two people as well.
Which is not a bad title to give yourself, right? But I just want to give my own caution. When political pundits analyze, he presented his opinion as facts. He said this is a fact. I just want to advise my little brother that in this business, you don't present your opinion as fact because it depends on human behavior and it depends on different scenarios. Take, for example, I just want to present this scenario. Musa Ability. He's a Mandingo man. Election anywhere in the world, particularly in Africa, is trouble. If Musa Ability is able to consolidate the Mandingo vote and the Muslim vote in Liberia, and then have collaboration with other ethnic-based political parties, CMC could go a long way. Could become a very serious threat. On this particular program, you admitted that you guys as sedition behind the scene, you were advising against
not letting PYJ to leave. But at the same time, when PYJ left, he said they were going to cause him the election. They congratulated you or they agree with you after they lost. Okay, so that shows to you that it doesn't mean, I mean, it depends on a lot of factors. So some of the guys who have joined to the Unity Party bandwagon now, in anticipation that they will get certain job or certain privilege. I've heard some of them crying that Unity Party people think that everything that is good belongs to them. Okay? Towards 2029, the demand for Unity Party people, as well as the alliance political parties that went with them, could become even insurmountable with the president. You may not be able to provide all of the demand. Some of them could even jump back to the CDC, or some of them could say, let's go to ANC, or let's go to CMC. So that could become even a nightmare scenario for Unity Party retaining power as well. So it's all within probabilistic range. You know, so you can't be certain and say this is a fact. That's I'm not going to caution you on that. You can't say in this business, you can say it's a fact. Because you are looking at different scenarios. You can say potentially this will happen, you know, but you can't say it's a fact. You know, CDC has a lot of things to do. CDC has a governing records. If CDC goes to election, people, and I always talk to the hierarchy in the CDC, that you are no longer an opposition of 12 years. You are a former governing party. You have a governing record. You can't go to your supporters again and say, you know, they let just do the thing, the better. There's no better days ahead for CDC. You can't say that to your partisan because you have power. What did you do for them? So you have to have different strategy how you communicate with your partisan. You know, I mean, it's just these are all things that are possible within the round of political analysis. I just want to throw that in.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Quickly, Mr.
Let me let
Gayman.
then you can go. And thanks for Kehleboe. I appreciate the comments. Let me just say this quickly. And we like I said, we eschew identity politics. But I must tell you, in 1997, Alhaji Seleke Kromah, he only won the alcohol vote, which is predominant in the Mandingo party. That placed him third. We're not unaware of that, and I'm not saying we're going to play to the Mandingo vote alone, but we will claim our Mandingo identity as our Senate Bureau will do, and then we'll also bring in other votes. Look, we have our internal analytics. I can tell you this, and we're feeling very good. We are feeling very, very good the way we are going, and we have a lot of ways to go. We have a lot of ways to go. So I thank you, Sylvester, for the challenge is good. We like that, but like I said, it only motivates us to do better. So let me tell you about the yellow machine. We made a promise to bring in yellow machine, but we're already doing what the yellow machine would have done anyway. How about you talk about your 285 that you promised to bring? You're the CDC and UP people. Can you talk about that? What is it that we're not doing that our 26 ministry is stopping from bringing? We're doing everything we intended to do, and then some. So when I hear people asking about the yellow machine, yeah, first of all, you bring the 285 years old to bring first, then you ask about the 26. But to answer your question directly, because I respect you as my younger sister and fellow panelist, have you ever heard of the Strait of Hormuz? That Donald Trump is fighting the opening?
So everything I'm on the Strait of Hormuz now. Let me take this.
One minute. Let me work on Dr. People, and then we'll go to Hormuz, and you can go to Dr. People.
Look, God, good to see everybody, man. It's good to see you on this Tuesday. You guys got me cracking up. So the strip of Hormuz now stopping all the yellow machines.
All the yellow machines stuck, including
it's stopping a lot of people from coming. So a lot of people.
Exactly. Before you go to Sarah and other people, let me say this. I know very clearly, and the CMC, you setting the base for Unity Party to really respond favorably. Now, the fire your 26 machine can't come because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. The government will say we can't provide anything because all our things will coming through the Strait of Hormuz.
No, but so there's a difference, though, Sylvester. There's 285 being coming over 2 years ago. I mean, the strait just closed in February.
It doesn't get yours also correct. The fact that you committed to
before the strait closed, they told me the machine were in the Ivory Coast and Sierra Leone.
What we advise the CMC from doing is to remain quiet for now. Don't be overly ambitious, right? You say you bring in presidential aircraft, we haven't seen that. You bring it 26, the other mission. If you
Oh,
start
wait a minute.
that,
Wait a minute. Did we give a date for the presidential aircraft? We said the presidential aircraft will be used for the campaign. The campaign is almost 2 years away.
We're going to see. No. The political leader said you're going to be using 5 more campaign to be traveling to the U.S. Soon. He said that.
Yeah. But what is soon? Soon mean this year?
Mine, you see, and that's the problem again. If you start making commitment to the Liberian people and you fall short of it, and one of your own major member resign and say you didn't come true to your words. And
so if the aircraft come next year and offer you a ride on it, you are not riding it because it come next year?
No, the aircraft came. No, that I mean, I believe you didn't meet your commitment. I would take my private jet. I would take my personal plane and go. But let me come back to Mr. Gongloe here. Kehleboe is upset sometimes when he hear my voice, he can just won't be mix up his voice with what I would say. It's unfortunate that I didn't even say anything that said what I was saying was facts or this or two or that or something. Sometimes, and that's what I said last time. Sometimes he just come from following something else and then he come through, hear what I say, good. Boom! He won't jump inside the company. say this and that. So unfortunately, Kehleboe, I don't know what you're doing this evening, but I hope you have a wonderful evening. But you try to mix the facts out, and it's two things: people listen to people but don't understand what people saying. So probably your tune, but your attention were also very divided, and it's unfortunate. And that my elementary teacher would tell me, would knock my hands, Mrs. Esther, she's not in England. Whereby elementary teacher would tell me, Pewee, you are not paying attention. If you don't pay attention, you will not comprehend what I'm telling you. So again, I will hope that Mr. Gongloe will pay attention next time, and then he will really comprehend me. Not only hear me, but comprehend me. He heard me, but he didn't comprehend what I was saying. But here's what I said quickly. I said, if. And so if I'm using the word if, meaning I'm not definitively attributing facts to it. And I thought Mr. Gongloe is a mathematician. I don't know if he did some deep social sciences to understand some of these things. And so it's unfortunate that he will come with the kind of an interpretation of my just concluded statement on this show. But here's what I will come and say. I know you are behind the scene. You are a deep CMC person, but you try to do this and other things. CMC is working, CMC and what Gongloe party need? What are party need? Somebody help me.
LPP, but hold on, Sylvester. The message you misquoting. Hold on. Go ahead,
LPP, and the rest of that.
Go ahead.
Going back and forth.
I don't think we have to go back to Mr. Gayman here.
We don't have to go back and interrupt the show.
Everybody come here, please. Let me tell you what Mr.
Gayman. We don't have to go back and forth. Let him come on the show. You can't be interrupting the show and calling back and forth.
Okay, all right. Let it be known that you are being silenced. So
yeah, that move to the next.
Yeah, mechanic. So nobody stop your coming show.
Yes, Sarah, go ahead.
Sarah, please go ahead. You're not on anything. You just want to come be saying things.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment on the speaker, the current situation that is going on with the regime speaker right now. It's deja vu, and you know what? I said it. What the people can say, I say, right there, it is sweet us. It is sweet me. That particular story now is sweet me. Okay? Whatever they do to him, that's it. What goes around comes around.
Sarah, let me tell you. If this regime speaker has the back of the executive, then nothing Supreme Court or anybody can do.
Well, if he has the back of the executive, so be it. Let him go for it.
Yeah, Sarah, let me agree with you. And I agree with Dr. Peabody. Let me tell you this. What you witnessed today is what power is. I don't care what executive can do. That is what power is. I didn't want to comment on it, but let me just, first of all, Kofa Kun, he doesn't know the law. He has absolutely no power. He doesn't have the power to cut anybody's pay. He doesn't probably read the Constitution. He needs a plenary. He requires a quorum that he doesn't have.
To do.
Right? He needs a quorum that he doesn't have. How is he going to cut the people pay? How?
Okay. Like what Dr. Peabody is saying, if he has the support of the executive will spend the same 25,000 to all the other lawmakers then to get them to come together.
But that is to say that Sarah is not to understand what is happening right now. You know what the UP politics, the whole UP politics, the embodiment of Thomas Farah. I understand Thomas Farah is not in the country. That's why nobody's going to the house. I understand he's traveling, and the UP would not. They would do nothing to go against Thomas Fala. Right now, the whole house is in Thomas Fala's pocket. And not cool. He doesn't know that. You have somebody need to wake him up. He is not the speaker. He's just a speaker in name. So, you know, all that nonsense, they can go ahead and play their little tricks and tactics in the house. They wasting their time.
To Canada.
Exactly.
So that's how far the house have been reduced. And that's what Bwaka wanted. You know, you destroy it. You had a very, very competent speaker who was supporting you and all of that, but because you did not want him there, because you didn't like him, he made comment to a lot of people because you didn't want him. Even as this guy was agreeing with you, you think if you had a Democratic speaker here today, and everything Trump said, and he would say, "Oh, I'll work with you," President Trump would do. They think they would have kept him there, but Kofa was working with him. Kofa was willing to do anything, and he would rather destroy the house just to remove Kofa, and that's what we're seeing today. We're seeing a back and forth disgrace in that legislature. 1 minute you will see the other guy that somebody described. I don't know. I don't want to say that. Nelson, I don't know his name, Colette, going to the door using hammer and busting door and kicking up things on national television.
James Colette, I think that's
James Colette. Then the next thing you see,
the man who stole $200 money.
Right. Then the next thing you see, I mean, it's
I can remember him.
It's so disgraceful that the confidence that people have posing those people that is being damaged like that is being damaged. Nobody respect the House of Representatives again. Nobody really have that kind of respect, especially for the kind of speaker you got. Look at the few times he been in office. Look at some of the disgraceful things he have been doing. Look at some of the disgraceful things, forcing women there to do things, doing this one, doing that one. I mean, you call him speaker. I mean, it's so bad for our country, but that's why President Bwaka won. So that President Bwaka is the Supreme Court justice. He's the justice. Anything he wants, that what happens. Anything he wants, that's what's going to happen.
I tell you, Dr. Peabody, you mentioned
1 minute. Honorable Nagbe, our resident nurse just told us every 2 hours I take a walk. So you go and take a walk and then come back. Just walk around.
I'm going to walk around.
You walk around and then come back.
While I'm getting up, I got to collect myself. Let me just quickly remind that of people.
Yeah, go ahead.
Kofa, he did a lot of the president bidding, but Kofa also showed flashes of resistance, and President Bwaka didn't want that. You remember Kofa on audit of the House?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
President Bwaka was not, so he didn't, it's not like Kofa was not doing his bidding already, but he wanted somebody who would do 110% bidding.
Yeah.
Like a buffoon, like the one we have now, who's calling himself speaker. That is what the president wanted. So, they have it. So, in some sense, I agree with you in partly that it may not do anything to unseat him, but if you have a fella who is now the de facto UP in Nimbo, then I can see Bwaka going with Fala more than he's going to go with Kong. And the guys may then succeed in rebelling against him. If he can't get a quorum, they will move him. They'll remove him.
Of course, Fala's still a very good chance. He's from Lofa. He just built a huge building for Bwaka and building form a whole re-election a team for Bwaka. He's the man right now. He's a Lofa man. Who knows whether they haven't had a conversation and Bwaka said, I want my own people there. I want my own Lofa poor there. Who knows? Because he's a president who's a travelist. He's a travelist.
Yes.
It is troubling. It is troubling, but that's what it is. But guys, let's look at
wait, but 1 minute, Mr. Gayman.
Oh yeah,
Okay, so are we concluding here that because of today's absence, there's a coup to remove the current speaker? Don't we want to wait to see whether there were several reasons why people were out today and things? Because for me, I'm not suspecting that there is a plan to remove Kofa. To remove Kun. Just today's situation will be different. So let's give it a time to see what happens in the next 2-3 weeks or 2-3 months.
Why would cause that? Why would he
Peabody, it could be another reason. It could be people would have had to stay out for other reasons. Some people may be on vacation. People may have asked for leave. Maybe the way to one for going to Canada, he may have carried a few of them with him on our side. So let's wait and see what led to the majority absence today. From there, then maybe in the next 2-3 sections, Thursday coming. Like, well, let's see what happens with Thursday section. Let's see what happens with next Tuesday's section. Then we'll begin to we can now begin to now connect it to there could be a reason or an attempt to remove the current speaker. But today's situation, I wouldn't just say, but today's situation means that they want to remove the current speaker from there. I think there will be other reasons why that happened.
You could be right, Jane. You could be right.
Somebody think. Okay, guys, let's look at this here now. Cummings was on 50-50 with T-Max Jarate. And he made an initial I don't know whether it was the initial statement or follow-up when he said that he's running for president. I mean, I'm not quoting him verbatim, but making reference to everybody running to be president and not vice president. So people in Monrovia and other places are saying now, if you put one and one together, you can surmise and come to the conclusion that Cummings is eyeing being the head of the opposition to run 2029, and it set up a whole storm in Monrovia. It set up a storm. So if he's in the opposition and is in the opposition and ability is in the opposition, and then he said nobody is running to be vice president. It brings us back to his original thing about he cannot be vice president or anybody. So let me start with Honorable Peabody. You just came on here, so let me put you in the middle of the fire here. What do you read out of that?
Given the fact here is nobody run to be vice president, run to be president. And Mr. Cummings had always said that. People say that, Mr. Cummings say he can't be vice president, but several conversations held with Mr. Cummings, several interviews held with Mr. Cummings, he said that nobody asked him to be the vice president, even though he was running to be president. But he had said repeatedly that President Bouaka did not ask him to be the vice president, and nobody asked him. So the one we had going around and people are running all over, but I think it's always good to aim high. Whether you can bring yourself down or not, it's always good to aim high, because you can't say, I want to be a vice president, and you're not aiming high. You got to go to the level, and then when it comes to that point there, then you can discuss it. But how can you start and say, okay, I'll go as vice president for this person and stuff like that? So I know he's setting himself up. I think Mr. Cummings will do a good job being the leader of opposition at this time, at this current situation. I think it'll be a great thing that he can be the leader of opposition. But people shouldn't come out and say, he'll go as vice president because he ain't got the number. I will aim high. If I don't, then maybe we can come down later on and say, you know what? I will take vice president level and stuff like that. But you can't just start out too high, low like that, and then what else you do?
Sarah, I want to go to the CDC people. The people are saying the CDC trying to sell out to Mr. Cummings for Cummings to replace George. We are at the top of the ticket. I mean, this is what they're saying. We are not saying it. These are the rumors. What you think about that rumor? Is President Weah, is he locked in to be presidential candidate to run for the office, or he's making the room warming up the seat for somebody else?
Well, from everything I have heard and seen, President Weah will be on the ticket come 2029. God first. God spare his life, he will be on the ticket come 2029. And from the statement I heard about Mr. Cummings is right. He's not running his campaign to be second to anyone, from what I understand from that statement he made. Right now, they are all in opposition. They wait, all of them, when they were in opposition during Weah time, the way they fought Weah, they are not fighting Bouaka like that. They are not. Even the Cummings or whoever, none of them fighting Bouaka, they will all of them fought Weah government. So, and it's up to them to run their campaign, to run their party whatever way they want. But to your question, from everything I've heard and seen, President Weah will be on the ticket come 2029. And Mr. Comey will also be on the ticket as according to what I understand from his statement today. He will also be on the ticket. He's not going to be second to anyone. He's not going to be second to anyone. That's not what his campaign is being ran for. He's going to be on the ticket. And he talked about collaboration. Collaboration usually comes on the second round. Like after everybody have checked their strength from the first round, see who got certain percentage and stuff like that. Then all of them will say, okay, let's collaborate with this person, or let's collaborate with. That will come after the first round. So everybody can stand their ground. Everybody can run their campaign however way they want. They're all going to be on the ticket to represent their parties. That's what I have to say on that.
Johnny, there are some that are calling for President Weah to go second to Cummings so they can be. Listen, you're not telling your own. Let me ask it, man. Johnny, I'm hearing the folks are saying President Weah should be vice president to Cummings so they can usher in a new dispensation in Liberia. They say that would be a formidable ticket that Liberian people would buy. Do you foresee any ideology, any logic, any possibility in that happening?
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, from my understanding, it's possible, depending on the intent and the strategy that will be applied. It's possible that President Weah can agree to be second to Cummings or second to anybody from the non-ruling party perspective. If that is possible, we cannot rule that out, But you got to look at the conditions. Looking at the geopolitics of Liberia. I mean, President Weah and Mr. Cummings are typically from the same region. I mean, looking in their own interest of politicking, they have to decide the way that people will feed themselves into their party administration and into their government. So the next part of it is, if Cummings and Weah collaborate in terms of forming a government of first and second, what do they do about those in the central region or western region in the country? Those are all things we're thinking about. Because President Weah is a man who can sometimes, he had that kind of way of being humble, right? So, well, okay, you say so, if my people say so, let's see. And typically it could be an opportunity for him to still be in power. Because if President Weah goes second to Cummings and win the election, and President Weah remain vice president for 2 terms of Cummings, that 12 years or 6 years, and then Cummings want to turn over, the likelihood we have become president again. And so those are all things that you can analyze. But once you're going to be around power, if we are go second to Cummings and win the election, and they can fight to remain in power for 12 years, then we have become vice president for 12 years. And maybe the after Cummings leave, he can come back again. So we will have kind of perpetual or long-term being president. That's the possibility that one. Second thing is, yes, people from the party may not want to agree, because if they do all the geopolitical analysis, they will be saying, oh, but both of us from the same region, the same southeast region, then it will be an uphill battle for us to succeed. Looking at the way things will go, and we will look at the optics, look at the challenges that will come from the other party in terms of the 2 candidates are from the same region. So that will be something that will also be considered in their analysis when it comes to them combining to contest, right? So yes, it's possible, but it has different scenarios that need to be analyzed and discussed to see how you will win the majority of votes if both of them collaborate, being from the same Southeast region. So, and the comments made regarding that he not intended to be second or he not campaign to be second. Yeah, of course, everybody who are now serving as political leader for the party, their first goal is to be the head, to be the top. Where if the room comes to collaborate, and he insists that if they collaborate, I'm going to be the head, then that will give a different interpretation. Of course, he's going to be the head based on his party or system. But if Cummings, Monimba, Weah, Gongloe comes together, any ability comes together, and he still insists that I'm not intending to be second on anybody, then it becomes something to be worried about, to be concerned about. So he has a right to say what he said, but I don't know how much he said about potential collaboration. with other parties. And I've always been wondering, why is it that Military that was part of the CDP chairman that led the campaign for community CDP, why are they not together? Is there a strategy that they have to separate and then at some point come back together? Or maybe by 2028, they will form collaboration and make comments on the top of the ticket and Bede come second? Because I heard some rumors that during the downgoing election, there was a rumor that Bede would have been chosen as the running mate to comment. So those are all things that we all need to be analyzing and be listening. Potential of collaboration come 2027, 28. And politics, anything can happen because it's a social phenomenon, it's a social endeavor. So based on prevailing circumstances, you can see anything happening. Who knows whether Coming could say, I'm collaborating with Monimba, right? Or Mr. Weah could be collaborating with Monimba because looking for the local vote. You know what I'm saying? Who say we want to team Monimba and Weah would not come together and say, okay, Monimba will be the first, Weah come second, or Weah second, Monimba second. And I mean, Monimba second, Weah first. So a lot of things will unfold between now and 2027, 2028 if people are ready, very, very serious to remove the UP from office. The point that I think somebody stressed that everybody will go and then other second round. That is good, but it's also dangerous. It's also dangerous. But if at this time they can bury their egos and in the next 6 months or 9 months or 12 months, decide that this is the team we put in Oga, the people are willing to see the next option to CDC and UP. Even it is the CDC, but CDC now will be collaborating with people that will not just allow the CDC to railroad the system. Then you realize that there will be a real public support for such movement. But to say that go first individually and then second round with support somebody is good, but I think it will not be too good in the interest of having a political marriage that will take Liberia forward.
Let me go to Honorable Pewee. Honorable Pewee, some people are saying George Weah being the ultimate patriot, we had no problem being second to somebody to rescue the country or re-rescue the country. And I'm seeing one of the staunchest sedition here, Joseph Walakende, is saying that's a joke. Nobody should even try it. Your take on the idea that this is what we are hearing. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but what's wrong with that?
That would be it. And again, I know Kehleboe will call again to say that would be, and I don't see that feasible. And if that were to happen, many Mr. Weah will send a wrong message to his very passionate supporters. But the fact that he won as president of the Republic of Liberia, he got the wherewithal to be the president, but to relegate his stand now to come and be a running mate, it will be one of the dangerous political mistakes ever made by any political leader whatsoever. I think if Mr. Weah does not want to contest, it's fair enough that he back out of the race. But I would think if he's intending to do that, he's got to go for it. If he can get it, he will get it. If not, then we'll move on. But the point is that the way to do this for me is for Mr. Weah to not, if it's do any powerful collaboration with Mr. Cummings, this my suggestion here is to allow a primary where if it can be staged, Cummings will be declared the winner of that primary, then everybody coalesce behind Cummings and then support Cummings. But that and Cummings will now be the new flag bearer of the CDC. That alone can catapult him to a level that I believe that cannot meet the serious challenge from the United Party, Joseph Boakai. So, but yes, I don't think so. And on a serious note, I agree with those staunch citizens that of the mindset that Mr. Weah should not even contemplate this. An attempt to do that, it's not that he's going to let his passionate supporters down. We will send the message to people that he doesn't convince himself that he's able to be a strong leader of the country. So I don't think that is the attempt to do it. I don't think Mr. Weah is nourishing those kind of imaginations. But were he to contemplate that, it will be one of the catastrophic or cataclysmic decisions ever in his political history. and many of his passionate lovers, supporters will back out and don't see him, because they see him as a leader figure, as that leader that will set the stage for them to move the party forward, not for him to ready get himself. He did it before, but when he did it, he had not taken on the presidency. That's the time he did this. But now, were he to engage into that, I would think it would be very counterproductive towards any major decision push to move his party forward. So a lot of people will have different mindset as to how the political landscape is going to be come 2029. But and I still believe these two political institutions, if care is not taken, if there's sufficient planning and mobilization with proper strategy, you can have a third side to come and knock it off. But due to the proliferation of everything, everybody wants to be their own giant, is going to sidetrack that enthusiasm or that exuberance that we see popping into the third wave thing. So, other people may want to come out, and I'm saying this to you again from a Pontic lens or lenses, that we are gradually heading to a two-party state. This is not taken, because we have all of these political parties sprinkling up from place to place. You have the LPP being a brand new politically, but it's completely dead, because most of those that are there now are not real. Most of them that are with the party, no major political notoriety. And we saw the past performance, nothing whatsoever. So we need to rally behind or coalesce behind someone, if not the CDC and the United Party, that would have some serious international connections. And that person, I think, would be two I'm looking at considering. Will be Mr. Alexander Cummings, or we'll try to tap into the young skill of Dr. Clarence Monaghan. Other than that, you can do whatsoever you want to do. We will still come back to these two political institutions.
Before I go to Dr. Peabody and then Victor, what happens if Cummings decides to collaborate with CDC and become the VP to where?
I want to see that. So listen. So first and foremost, into politics and diplomacy, seniority matters a lot, Mr. Gayman. So we are already took on the highest seat in the land, the former president of the republic. Whenever the two. So yes, if he were to do that and preparing himself for the presidency. But my only worry a little bit to that question is that Mr. Cummings is now a young man. And Mr. Cummings was 10 years younger than I am, or 20 years rather younger than I am, then I would have 20 years, so I put it that way, around there, younger than I am, then I would have, 20 years younger than I am, then I would have considered that decision to do that. But I don't think I wouldn't know Mr. Cummings' exact age, but I believe Mr. Cummings is approaching his 70s. If that's the case, then I don't, because if he can serve Mr. Weah for a term, and he will already be, if he's around 67, I would support. That wouldn't be a bad decision if that were to push him to the presidency again. But on a serious note, if I had any other means whatsoever politically to ensure that Mr. Cummings, you need a kind of a massive political wave, Mr. Gayman, and so that's a possibility. But we need to consider his age. If Mr. Cummings was at your age now, I would say go for it. At your current age, Mr. Gayman, I would tell him go for it. But I'm told Mr. Cummings is almost 70. I don't know, almost.
Yes.
Almost a year to 70. If that is the case, it's not so bad, because if you go 6 years, then he'll be 76. And to take on the presidency, man, Mr. Cummings is a very fit man. So even fit man, in other words, so Mr. Cummings 6 years, you say Lola, it's gonna Kehleboe. He doesn't matter, can get old soon, right?
Right.
So Mr. Cummings, the good part of it, Mr. Cummings was
But 1 million people, why you want to be focusing on age? We all had a president who is almost 82.
They were coming, they were even coming, man.
Let's see what are the potential relationship or potential variable that will make the party to be successful.
And then why I'll come in, Mr. Comey is fit.
Yeah, but people could say, somebody could say, you see what happened when you pick an older man the last time, so why should we want to repeat that? What's about that argument, Johnny?
No, but Mr. Comey will be fine. The older man will talk.
If you see the older man as a vice president, for example, if the CDC takes Comey as vice president and Comey is at age of 70, that's by far more better than taking the older man who is already 81, 82 to be president.
Right, Johnny.
Because
and everybody is very quickly, Johnny. And Mr. Comey, I'm told, should be at 68, right? So it's still very good for him, right? But back to the very Gayman, Mr. Gayman, I was saying things here. When Biden was president, we said Biden was the older president. What we did? And we let Biden, we went by again. So it's the same, Mr. Gayman. And when you come by, answer the other question.
Yeah.
When Biden was president, Gayman they were hating, oh, the older president gone. Then they brought somebody.
And we saw what happened.
Somebody now is the current oldest president ever. So that's the case. That's the line. That's the kind of a thing we're going to see basically. But if Comey is 68, as I'm told, someone just sent me a message just now. If that's the case, and then he's the running mate to Mr. Weir, Comey will say be in his sister, some early 70s and middle 70s.
Yeah.
To take on his first term. He will be ending his first term around 70, 77, 78. Comey can be, I want to believe, with Comey body's texture, with his body texture and his seat and the morphology, I think he will be a stronger 85-year-old president far than current 82-year-old Joseph Boakai.
yeah, but Pewee, the point is, Pewee, what were you thinking about the two candidates being from the same region, looking at the geopolitics of Liberia? What do you think about that?
It actually nothing. We the same thing came about before. Okay, let's go back. Boakai and Kun from the same region. We're looking at regional politics. Boakai and Tun from the same region. So if we were to go to that politics, Boakai is from Lofa, Kun is from Nimba, Comey is from Maryland, we are from Grand Crew. They are not. And what the Constitution stated clearly is to I'm not
Constitution. So you see, Boakai is from Lofa, populated. Kun is from Nimba, populated. But then Maryland and Grand Crew, less populated people. So I'm just looking at this geopolitics and kind of population. Because most times, now 1 minute, the reason why UP took Kun or went into collaborated with Prince Johnson because of the Nimba vote in population Nimba has. Not necessarily because for the same region. But now I'm saying, if Comey is from Maryland County, Weir is from Grand Crew County, those two counties could have combined at one county. It could better be just maybe one district in Nimba or even Bambulu County alone or Nimba, or Lofa County alone. So looking at the population wise, do you think that will be a nice decision on behalf in doing that kind of pairing?
No, so to counter that immediately, so you need a very good media and good strategy team, and part of the communication and strategy team going to be working on this. This is why we're going to tell the Liberian electorates that it's a hard time to inform you that we've been voting on the men from the popular candidate, but the person care less. We bringing someone to you not on the basis of what number of people from his county. We are bringing someone that got the ability and the technical know-how to run this country. And that's the reason why. Mr. Alexander Comey got enormous experience in terms from the corporate service that when he was translated into governance, he will bring about more productivity and the kind of outcome that the country needs to move forward. So you push this kind of a debate. It's not only about Grand Crew. Listen, you can leave Nimba and Lofa. You engage the poor Bon County, tell them, say, hey, you're going to have this stake here. This is how we're going to run this country. Leave Maryland County. Mr. Comey is from Maryland County. Don't focus on Maryland. You get back to the history of what Maryland stands for, what Grand Crew is about also. It's about the Republic. Engage Mosorado County. Bulk of the population, listen, Johnny, you want to forget that if the CDC had canvassed in a more strategic way, or even get more vote in Bon County, they would have counted the result from Nimba.
Absolutely.
So they would have counted the result from Nimba. It's just like Bon County did not vote and certain area in Mosorado to just turn the other way around. Or that we would have stayed defeated Mr. Boakai.
Yes, yeah, but Pewee, like I mean, just me, right? If but right now we got Boakai and Kun from the central region, more or less, right? And if you form a team, that would be basically Southeast team. Automatically, it will draw a line, a political line, which will not be a hefty for that team that will be born between Myean and Cummins. Because then if you draw that line, even in Monrovia, people are looking for alternative in the issue of voting. Like it was stressed on the political issue as a Madingo man, right? The Madingo people were allowed. It happened in 1997 with Seleke Kromah. He came, I think, 29 election. You understand? So equally so, the people we are going to be careful how we pay the team in the way that we draw the majority attention, especially the other people who do not have interest too much of tribal issue, but just see a team that will be clear to them that they represent all of us. So that's my point. I mean, it's not a bad thing to do that, but we'll have a real uphill task to convince the people to understand that the two candidates from the same region. Then you know that you people now will say, well, that's a good thing now. Because you happy to see that when we are coming from the same Southeast region, then they will have making the whole to be around regional politics now. Muniba, Bomb, Maigibi, and Lofa. So Prince Boy, all guys are all doing the same thing now in Bomb. So I think they should think, it is an idea they're talking about. They should think more about AM before they make that decision. That's my advice to them.
I think the Liberian people will come out of
it. Dr. Peabody.
Yeah.
Kun and
oh, wait now, I thought you were going to Sylvester, then me and Johnny jump between, and now you're going to
no, it's
all right.
You from the southeast, so I can't bring you in right now.
Yeah.
Let's look at Kun and we are right. Both of the guys were born, I think, in Nima.
Yeah.
So can we also make the claim that I'm also part of Nima?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we got some connection from Nima.
Yes.
Yeah. We have, I think, a grandmother or so. So we have mom got some background from Nima County, naturally, in terms of So we have got some issue. And but again, the whole thing about Nima, Kun father is actually not from Nima. Kun was born actually in Nima, I'm told, but his father is not from Nima.
Yeah, he was born there doing it. You know, Lamco brought everybody.
And I'm told two tribes playing Kun. I don't know if
listen, Kun and we are.
Johnny, let's go. Peabody, your turn.
Peabody said?
Dr. Peabody? Oh.
Yep.
Dr. Peabody.
You jump in again.
Yeah.
You said Kun from Nima and we are from Nima, right?
Yeah. So can he claim part of that?
Look, let's look at it technically here. I mean, no offense, but when it comes to Kun and we are running an election, it's not a competition. I mean, personally, we are definitely will. But Nima still got a lot of support in Nima. If you follow the last election, President, we have won a lot of voting in Nima.
Yeah.
You know, it's just that the polling was the poll washer was just not proactive, you know, and a lot of things was done. But so if you talk about election in Nima, I know Vice President Kun is from Nima, but there will be a lot of challenges. There'll be an uphill battle when it comes there as well, even though he's from there. But President Weah again, and Kun in the election, bro, I mean, President Weah will have an upper hand. I'm gonna be very honest with you. You know, he will have an upper hand.
Let me go to Nagbe. We are not leaving our man CMC out, but we got Perry. So what happens if Musa Bedede decided to be number 2 to Cummins? Is that a formidable ticket?
As a number 2, hypothetically. Well, I mean, that is something that will be addressed when it comes on the table.
Is that possible?
I wanted to say this. I don't know. I mean, that is something that will be decided by, you know, the team. Is not an individual thing.
Personally, for you, do you see that? Do you encourage that? For you,
do I encourage? I will not encourage it, but if it comes, I will not reject it outrightly.
But you don't encourage it.
I'm not going to actively encourage it, but I will not actively reject, campaign to reject it.
Okay.
But let me just say this. Look, I'm going to say this with the utmost respect to Mr. Cummings and the handlers, the team. But the fact that he still struggles with this question, that's part of the problem that I have with the team. This whole vice president question is a question that has been dogging him for a very long time. And yet they don't seem to have a ready answer to address this. It places him in the middle, all right? One side sees him as being too greedy to the point that he doesn't want anything else but to be president. That's one aspect. Then the other is that a lot of there is the impression that he is not capable of winning yet. Therefore, he should go as somebody running mate. So that is something that we struggle with in the CPP and up to now. I was hoping they will have a way to answer that, but the fact that we're even talking about the lack of clarity in his answer, I think that in itself is a problem. But I'm not. That's something I'm sure they will figure out. But earlier I was discussing the point that Sylvester, the observations he made about Musa ability. But what I didn't want to talk about is the amorphous nature right now of the Nimba vote, and that you guys brought it up. Let me just speak to that for a minute. It is indisputable that I think since 2005 or so, wherever the late President Senator Johnson went, so did Nimba County. Right? He went with President Johnson. She won twice. Right? He went with President Weah. He won. He did not go with President Weah. He lost. He went with President Boga. He won. So he has been a larger than life size for Nimba County. The kind of influence that he was able to, he practically made Vice President Kong. But let's not forget that President Johnson is not, Senator Johnson is not going to be a factor in the coming elections. So Nimba right now is, is rep for the picking. Councillor Gongloe is in there. He's going to get some of the votes. Musa Ability is in there. He's going to get some of the votes. The VP, whichever way he goes, some of the votes will follow him. But my point is, Nimba is not, I don't think it will be that factor that will tilt the balance in the way it did when President Johnson, when Senator Johnson was around. And we factored that in. We have established a percentage that we think will be necessary enough for us. If we get that percentage from Nimba, we're sitting pretty. And as of now, we think we have that percentage. We're not going to go for winning the whole of Nimba County. That's not our plan. So, I just wanted to make that observation. As the last question, look, politics is out of the possible. Gary Matthew told us that all the time. You cannot, impossible is not in politics. Politics is where Matthew said again, 1 + 1 can equal 5. It doesn't always have to be equal to 2. So if we are in the race and we size up our standing in the race, and we think we will be better served to go as running mate, that's something we consider. But again, like I said, it will be a discussion that will be had among us, not an individual making that decision. So, but then, Mr. Cummings, I really hope he can quickly, I know as after the convention, he quickly got out there and attacked this other rumor about him. I like that, for the first time I heard him curse, which was him coming out and swinging. He was prepared for that question. But this is a question that I think they should also prepare for because it will keep coming. Tim Miles is asking that question because he just woke up and ate some cassava and pambado and decided about that question. No, that is a loaded question and they will continue to ask that question. And so the fact that they're struggling with it, to me, it says a lot. But
there goes that word again, struggling. That word against struggling. You said it. He didn't say
and
that.
And you didn't hear from me. Don't quote me on it.
Sarah, did Sarah go again because Joman Jala not here?
She's gonna look for Joman.
Yes, she's gone. Honorable Peabody, we are pairing things here. Even if Musa Bellet have agreed to go with Cummings, looking at the numbers, looking at the politics, looking at the nation, look at the landscape, do you think that's a ticket that could make an impact?
It could, because we're seeing Ability is on a very good path, where he started from his own county. He's developing those rules. He's taking development and other things in Liberia. But then we want to look at what the Liberian people want. Ability is indeed a very forceful man. He wants change for Liberia. I mean, look at what he's doing in Nima. Look what he's doing with the breaches, with the rules, and speaking out, corruption and other stuff like that. I think they're cool, but I mean, it's too early for the Liberian people. So it's too early for me. I would say that before I make a final prediction, I want to get closer to the election and then see what the Liberian people are thinking. But they can make a great candidate. He can make a great candidate. They can make a good team. But I think it's too early. Let's see what comes up later. It's too early.
We will return to that, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow will be a doozy. Dr. Cooper, Rockefeller Cooper, is going to be here tomorrow. We'll be talking about forensics. We are going to be talking legality. We're going to be talking about courage. We're going to be talking about politics. This autopsy has everything in it. So if you want to tune in tomorrow, you got to come early because we got limited seats. Come in early because it's a no-hold bar. If you watch a WWF or a WWE, when they say no-hold bar, means there's nowhere that you can stop. You can ask any question that you want. And he's capable of answering those questions. So tomorrow, Dr. Cooper is going to be here. He conducted the autopsy, or he did and presented his findings. He did an autopsy on Sam Jackson's wife, Honorable Sam Jackson's wife. So we want to know, where is the body? Why are they holding this body? Why this woman have not been taken to a resting place? Why they not turning the body over to the South African government or to her family? We may also delve into whether the South African government has even made a request. We're going to look at all of that tomorrow. So tomorrow, Dr. Rockefeller Cooper is going to be here. Boy, it's going to be interesting. Tomorrow, guys, I want you to be here. Be early. Take your seat. Bring your popcorn. Cross your legs. Boy, it's going to be rolling. We're going to be rolling tomorrow. Dr. Peabody, let's look at. Let me go to Pewee.
Yep. I think that Nagbe, otherwise you knock it off.
Nagbe just came from talking. Remember, he been hiding. He said they are struggling, and he don't want to talk about that one. So,
my man, I sitting right here. You're talking about me, the third person.
You hiding in plain sight. Honorable Pewee, let's look at whether there will be a backlash if President Myean forego former VP Joel Howard out of Bond County and replacing her with Cummings. Will they pay a price?
Come again with that?
I say, if President Myean and the CDC were to replace the former vice president from Bond County, Joel Howard Taylor, and if Myean and Cummings decided to go 1 and 2, Cummings going as VP to Myean, replacing Joel Howard, will there be a cost? Will there be a penalty? Will there be a price to pay in Bond County?
You have to do that. If that's the case, then you have to be very strategic in striking the balance, the delicate balance there in the country. Meaning, before that decision can be taken, you have had discussions with people, major stakeholders across the country. Now you have to consider Bon County. It's one of it's a third populated county in the country. You meet major stakeholders in the county and say to them, "Hey, this decision is not about dropping up your daughter or whatsoever, but this is a decision that is meant to just give off some extra new flavor to see, because the president will normally change his running with new flavor in the political landscape and bring some additional political impetus to the camp. So, but yes, what we're going to do, and because in politics, Mr. Gayman, we ought to be very sincere here. The first time the CDC is being rumored around the corner that and it's part of the reason why most of the Mandingo votes even went to Boakai, because they said they couldn't trust the CDC for commitment reasons, right, and the rest of that. But this time around, you have to have a genuine conversation, a realistic conversation with them across the table. Say, this is what Bon County stand to benefit from this. This is what we will do in terms of, on a major scale, other folks will be looking at the kind of a benefit they're going to accrue from the entire process in terms of political jobs, in terms of massive political projects. So you look them in the face and say, we're going to do everything to ensure that the speaker will come from Bon County. That's a commitment here. And we will give some, you allot some top cabinet ranking position to them and say, Bon County will have a massive say in the government. That we can assure you. And the rest of that, then you have this kind of a conversation. And then you meet the very Mrs. Taylor and say to her, oh, this is the time. You understand and ensure that she's on board. You have to do that, because and that's a very great question, because if you don't do it, you're going to pay a price. And you don't want the price for the people of Bon County to have some level of resentment and saying that you did this, then they reject you. And they were to move to reject you, it may be a huge political price that you have to pay instead of you moving forward. So the way to do it, you have to move ahead of them and say, okay, you have a conversation before the decision is taken. Okay, Mr. Weah is considering taking Mr. Cummings. We're not going to we're not considering taking Madam Taylor. But yes, what we can assure you, we're going to have some serious stake in the government and the governance issue. There's going to be some massive issue. We contemplating even making Monrovia our political capital city. I mean, Banga our political capital city. Mm-hmm. Some of these conferences, you have to be innovative there politically so that you allow them to believe that it will have stake in this process moving on. If you are to do that and do it sincerely, and yes, then you have the Bon County people on board, and then your strategists are deployed, putting into place different stratification as to how to move on to you getting something. So it will have to be done that way, because you don't want to have bad blood in certain quarters that may move to that may just cause some damage to your campaign. So massive collaborative effort and coordinations, and also making some overtures, making some commitment as to what we're going to do and how we're going to engage with about it. So these are the way to do it. But it's going to be a very expensive way to strategize. Everybody that's going to be doing that, you need to see everybody having a discussion, because you don't want a bad blood here. You don't want an attempt for the former bar president to go and start attacking the ticket. It only show a good sign. Then you may allow the opposition to explore that opportunity rather, or even exploit it in another way to allow them to be more disintegrated. And with said disintegration, they may just penetrate more deeper into that. So politically, you have to do a delicate balance there. And that delicate balance, we have to be making some very, very, very infamous decision or unpopular decision, but that would be earmarked with a strategic step-by-step engagement to pacify, and you both is part of pacifying them and winning them over by making some overtures to them. And that would be the commitment will have to be number one there to say, we'll ensure that the speaker is going to come from Bon County. That we can assure you. You are talking to major stakeholder of Bon County that got commanding authority. It's not only about those that have big authority, those with the commanding authority. You talk to the NPP boys, because the NPP is well rooted into Bon County and all those things. Gange referred to them as his pepper bush, and if he did that in a more systematic way, in a more constructed way politically, then you get to have Bon County reserve, and then you can do some massive. Because the intent is to to undo what's going to potentially happen in Nima County. And how do you do that? Then you come back into our own massive metropolitan area, the Mosurado, the Greater Monrovia, and the urban side of the suburban part of it, the suburbs. You get deeper into the suburbs. And then Mr. Weah didn't win the election because part of the suburb did not holistically vote for him. Like district number 2, see the results. District number 2 didn't vote. District number 2 voted, and other part of some part of the suburb. If these guys not make some inroad into those areas, the result wouldn't have been what that result was. It was a small vote. So strategically, this time around, all number counts, and the engagement mechanism will have to be very, very much thoughtful and very tight and consistent. But yes, that would be a massive way to do it, but you have to be strategic about it.
Let me welcome Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, welcome to the show.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Great to be on and great to see everyone, man. Thank you.
Great. Victor, the scripture says, why shall it benefit a man to gain the world and lose his soul? What happens if Weah presents Cummings as his VP and the whole country agrees it's a great pick, but loses Bong County massively, and you have the conglomeration of Nima, Bong, and Lofa? It's over.
Well, yeah, I mean, the calculus. First of all, yeah, we've seen the direct result of making a deal with the devil, you know, and losing the rest of the world. I mean, this current president made a deal. He said, you know, look what we have today. You know, sometimes you may want to play, you know, play the balance. You can't just, you know, sell your soul to the devil just because, you know, you want to win and then lose the rest, you know, of your soul. But let me just say this quickly. I think my brother Sylvester, you know, I think he's getting off his game a little bit, and you know, he needs to be here with us more often. I think these few days he's taking off, you know, he's missing school too much. You gotta be here in class.
It's raining.
Right? Yeah, you know. So, first of all, let me say this. In 2014, Madam Taylor, she almost lost Bong County. Maybe Sylvester forgot. Dr. Henry Topa gave her the runs. The separation between the two of them was maybe about 5 or 6%. So she served a little time of that election, and then they made her vice president. Ever since they made her vice president, what is happening on her watch? She lost the whole of MPP. You know that. You know, there's a whole James Banning Taylor group that went to the UP, and then, you know, a team that she supported, I think George Mobile or whatever the team was. So, you know, is she really, you think she is going to be that big of a, and then you saw all the fighting between she and the former president. I mean, they were public, where she wasn't even getting gas, you know.
But just a minute, please, 3 seconds. But you see, Mr. Gayman has a very great question. And I said, and the reason why I buy into the question just now,
right,
that to change, and that's why I say leaders will always change their running mate, right? I buy into the question that it's a possibility to change your running mate. But what I also very mindful of is not push her to be a political
insignificant
adversary.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Right? So that's what I was careful of. Probably you didn't get my point right. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying she still got some say in Bong County. And that's one of the reasons what I'm saying.
True.
She to come back and be with the CDC despite she's not selected of thinking as a running mate, but don't push her to be adversary politically. Then, I mean, the opposition may tap into that to increase the attack. So still get her on board, have some conversation with her, will appoint some of your people if you can, because you can take some government job.
I absolutely agree with you.
That is where I'm coming from. If you are not to take her, don't push her aside, make her part of the team, do a negotiation, and the Bong County people will still be on the line moving. That's what
I agree with you on that. And yes, you don't want to make her an adversary, but notwithstanding, we have to also understand the fact that when the CDC lost Prince Johnson and Nimba, practically, they were looking for the next best, you know, closest as one of the motivations for which the VP was picked. But now that she became VP and look how the NPP disintegrated under her, how the whole Bong County disintegrated on her watch. In Liberia, even here in the States, there are two major things that VPs are considered for. One, either they have the money or they have the votes, or both. I don't know that the former vice president has any of those. So I agree with you. They should be mindful about if they're going to replace her, how to do it, so that she doesn't feel alienated and insulted. But notwithstanding, I think it will be a strategic move that she herself, I think she will understand if she were to be, replaced. But yeah, I agree with you. They have to be strategic about it and make sure that they do it in a way that she doesn't feel slighted. But I think if they, she herself might, if I were advising her, I would probably even make that suggestion if they were too slow in coming forward with that, to suggest that they find a replacement and negotiate something better for she and her team.
Somebody say you shouldn't lead the street of hormones on everything.
let me.
And then we gotta talk about the street of hormones.
Yeah.
When you talk about aircraft,
why you there?
You talk about yellow machine street of hormones.
You send the vice president to the Middle East and you say, she stayed too long. Or Robert Garguah.
My man, before Raul came, the Iranian gave me up. The post said they reporting that they're not even talking to our team anymore. Y'all man said a lie. The post said we're not talking to y'all. He said a lie.
I'm watching Mr. Platinum from me. I'm watching.
Platinum.
I'm watching Platinum. His private part is on everybody's phone. They got it over there. Y'all should be talking about it. Don't talk about it. Homo. Robert Garguah, welcome to the show.
We talk about vaccine, we talk about Platinum.
Robert Garguah, here we are. We're talking about the vice.
Sorry, I welcome my brother.
Thank you.
The former vice president. There's a lot going on today. The Roman about Cummings being at the top of the CDC. Ambassador Myean went and made it clear that was nonsense. It never happened. It never will happen. So here we are. If just in case hypothetically, if Cummings had agreed to go second to Myean, what would that do to a Bon County connection? What would that do to the relationship between he and the former vice president? And how deadly is that?
Yeah, but Mr. Jerome, I mean, it is good that you said hypothetically, but from a realistic perspective, I think based on what we have heard from Alice Cummings, and based on, even though we haven't heard the former president declared his intentions for 2029. But based on the clarification in his statements, the definitive statements being made by his close surrogates, it's clear that both gentlemen intends to run for the president of Liberia. Both men have been very clear. I think Cummings have been even clearer when it comes to what his interest is. Cummings has expressed very strongly his interest in becoming the next president of Liberia. The conversation as it relates to the VP position, I think would have been an even more powerful conversation involving Cummings. If he had any incline, to become the second pick, this vice president. I don't think, from all indications, I don't think Cummings, have an interest in becoming a vice president to any presidential candidate. Because I genuinely believe that if that was the case, Cummings would have been picked, and I think he would have made a pretty good VP, and subsequently he would have been a force to reckon with as an incumbent VP or within the ticket for president. But I don't think this is the case. I genuinely do not believe that Cummings Cummings wants to become president, but I do not think that he has thoroughly process the path as it relates to becoming president. One will argue that his path would have been a lot more easier on a ticket as VP, and then subsequently contesting on a party ticket, an established party ticket like Joseph Barker did with Ellen Johnson Sirleaf after those 12 years as VP. And he has made his decision to go the route that he has taken with ANC, a fairly new political party, and a new political leader heading that party. And so, look, I don't want to, I don't want to waste time. I don't think Cummings has interest in becoming vice president of Liberia. I think he wants to become president of Liberia. Now, if the conversation is about, if I was advising Cummings, given what has occurred and given everything that we know, given the political dynamics and the structure and the system in our country, after contesting twice and being unsuccessful, does that mean he can't be successful? No, I don't think that's the case. But if I was advising Cummings, I think part of the conversation as it relates to him becoming president would significantly be about how do you get closer to how do you get into the executive mansion, even if that man not as president of Liberia but possibly vice president. But it's important to have one foot in the door. I think being vice president, whether it was 8 years ago or 12 years ago, would have gotten him closer to that, to his his objective, as opposed to the route that he's taking. So that's my take on that. Hypothetically, if that happens, would there be some sort of fraction within the CDC or the opposition? I don't think so. Everything is about the approach. If an arrangement is made for not just Cummings or anyone else that could possibly be picked as the VP pick and not the former VP Joel Howard Taylor, I think the approach will matter. I think there has to be a respectable dialogue done with the VP, because just because she was VP on the tickets on the ticket twice does not guarantee that if the CDC contested in 2019, it doesn't automatically make her the VP pick. And I'll close on this note. I think that because of our lack of political institutions, a lot of these things are happening. A lot of the possibility of a fraction, an opposition fraction, based on who we speak. We have these conversations. But I mean, look at political institutions. The reason why Joel Howard Taylor was picked by CDC, does do we still have those reasons today? Does she still bring to the table all of the elements for which George Weah picked her? I think these decisions have got to be made strategically, and you can't think about just Bon County. I think I'm all for an opposition ticket that isn't just focused on winning the next election. I think we need a ticket that focuses on changing the political trajectory in our country. And as crazy as this might sound, I will tell you this: outside of Cummings, who has not expressed interest in being VP, if I was CDC and if I'm thinking about not just winning the next election, I would be thinking about making a very, very compelling case on the campaign trail when it comes to the future of Liberia political the discourse. It would not be a bad idea to have a very bright, even though he himself has expressed interest in becoming the next president of Liberia. And I think he has the qualification to do that. I think he's a young person. I think he understands what 21st century leadership actually means. Focus on science, math. I mean, it's a lot of different things, a lot of nuances that Joseph Barker and others would never understand, right? But it won't be a bad idea if CDC were to say, you know what? I think we'd be just focusing on beyond 2023. How about we recruit Dr. Clarence money by. You know, so you can make the argument on the campaign trail that, listen, this ticket is not just about the now, it's also about the future. It's about those young Liberians who want some sort of hope when it comes to the representation of young men and women who are professionals at the highest level. I think this is what this should be about. I think you stand a better chance of not just making a compelling case against the inability of this administration to rescue anything from education, private sector job creation for young people, many of whom are graduating colleges, many of whom the parents are investing in them, but there are no return on investment. If you have to struggle the way our mothers and our fathers have to struggle in Liberia, jobless for decades to support their kids through school, you must have some sort of plan when it comes to how do you get return on investment. These are business investments. This is the reason why people are more, people want to advance. They want to, improve themselves. Yeah, because there's some sort of reward, So if they can make that argument that, listen, we have a representation of the young people on, and I think Cummings did that in when he picked Charlene Bromskin. Unfortunately, ANC was not considered a populist party, but I thought that strategically that was good because he wasn't just thinking about 2020 the last election. He was also thinking about possibly passing the touch on to a young professional qualified woman. I think CDC can make the same argument. So any ticket that is picked, I think it must be strategic. It must not just focus on winning the next election. It must focus on your young Liberians, giving hope to young Liberian leadership. We haven't seen that, and it shouldn't just be about bond content because I still think based on the approach, how these dialogues have happened, how these decisions are made, I think that Joel Howard Taylor could still support a coalition that does not necessarily include her. I think that will show leadership and that will show selflessness.
Well, before I let you go, there was an interview sometimes 2024. I stand to be corrected when Alexander Cummings says, nobody approached me, nobody suggested, nobody asked me to be vice president or be on the ticket. So to me, that tells me that he is willing to serve, especially on the winning ticket, such as maybe the CDC or CMC to be, because there are two reasons why we say a vice president is picked. Either you bring vote, or you bring money, or you got both. Dr. Money,
no, that's not always the case. They just for Liberia, right? For Liberia.
No, anywhere in the country.
No, I don't think so.
In the United States, the same thing. You have to bring vote. Well, guess what?
You have to bring vote, but the moments where votes are not when Barack Obama picked Joe Biden, vote. The issue about the possibility of getting votes was not the issue. Those blue collar folks and those folks in red states were willing to vote for him. There were questions about his experience, especially foreign policy experience.
But the reason other people voted for that reason.
That's what people voted.
But he
was a legitimate.
More than that, Robert. More than that, remember the average Joe.
When you say vote, then make it clear. Then that's what I'm saying.
But that's what we are saying.
No. Don't just say vote. Be clear specifically because voting, people are going to vote. But there are concerns outside of just money and getting people to like, because there were people who liked him, but had questions about his experience, especially foreign policy. And what they did was they brought Joe Biden to fill that void.
Yeah, and that vote that Joe Biden filled, it attracted a lot of voters that was
obviously, absolutely,
a lot of voters that were confident that Joe Biden would be a very wonderful foreign policy arm towards that regime because he was coming as a novice here. So you needed somebody with that mass-based experience from the U.S. House and the Senate and on the Judicial Committee, the Foreign Affairs.
So So in the case of CDC, based on that logic, then Sylvester, one will argue that if they were to bring Alice Cummings on board, what is the purpose? What strategically? What is the explanation outside of the fact that because George Weah has been president already, he already has the experience. Alice Cummings brings something totally different when it comes to a new different type of politics and business, right? So if the concern is what does he bring to the table outside of, because if you don't think the CDC can win one county, then what county does he bring outside of just what we know his qualifications are?
But listen, Cummings, Arizona Cummings coming to listen. This was one thing I've assessed in recent time. If you were to bring Arizona Cummings back,
1 minute, I call CDC needs to pop up again.
Yeah, if you were to bring Arizona Cummings back to the ticket on that ticket, my concern is that you do well in a lot of areas in the.
Well, what do you mean by you call CDC
in the Moserado area? In major high school across the country. Because here is it. Mr. Cummings is very popular among high school students. Very much popular among high school students. It's unfortunate that there's a way that the campaign, and we're just saying this for the sake of analyzing, right? But I believe the two men will not get on one ticket. That's my belief. But if that was the case,
let me just say this quickly, right?
Yeah, I believe the two men will not get on the ticket. But if that was the case, Cummings got some serious power base among the young voters. And something that particularly high school students, young university students, incoming university students, and other things, his inroad there is very good. And if you were to see his vote, and they were pay some attention. So if he can just pay some attention, look for the resources, and in terms of the mobilizations of that demography of our voters, and they are very key into that. Make massive use of the social media and other things that will gravitate more people to the process. It's about amalgamating these necessary forces that can go and just cause some serious thing around. And I think
I would say this. I think Robert is really asking a very legitimate question. What is the extra that Alex will be bringing on the ticket? And I think that is a question. If the CDC is seriously going to go after him, that's a question they have to try to answer and present it in a way that it makes sense. There is no doubt Alex will bring a lot on the ticket. I mean, it's international appeal alone, in spite of the fact that.
But then you answer the question now. He said that you go again.
I'm not advising the ANC
he
anymore.
Got international appeal, his connections.
Yeah, there's international appeal. If they can package
he's gonna use it also to bring some huge financial something for the campaign.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
He's gonna use one that there too. Another thing is going to be his base of the young voter. That demography of voters, that's one. So there are a lot of things you can play into for Mr. Cummings. The unfortunate thing around for Mr. Cummings over the period of years, Mr. Cummings has not had the requisite strategic messaging pattern that will do some things that have still be a little bit like Brempo needed some deeper clarification on. And I thought
also Sylvester,
but he can be a very good leader.
Mr. Cummings has to be persuaded to understand that politics in Africa, especially in Liberia, is different from the ballroom of Coca-Cola.
I said that I'm not quoting. I said that to him in November when we had our conversation.
Yes, he has to lose.
And he strictly told me he been meeting some stakeholders. He said to them, I told him, I said, Chief, the corporate thing on that side, like that route, they said that your corporate line, they got A. No, in politics. Sometimes people come to me when the chief they can't see you, the corporate team can't see you, they get there water to drink. When the chief they can't see you, corporate team, so now you got to tell your minister of state, fans going to 50,000 for the chief, they go back.
No, I tell you this, Jerome will bear me out.
You got to allow something, Raul. You can be president, you can say you want to be corporate, but no.
Jerome will bear me out.
You're going to adjust.
Jerome will bear me out. We have a program here in Philadelphia with
Musa. I agree you on that.
And I saw Mr. Witherspoon and other people making fun of Musa taking off his shoes and all of that, but he has no idea. Mr. Witherspoon, he's blessed with what he does, but he's not a political strategist. He doesn't understand what it means to kick back and feel relaxed the way Musa did. He doesn't get that. So I'll forgive him that. But I can tell you this. Jerome will tell you, when we and Musa were in Philadelphia, you understand me? I mean, Musa was just like any of us. Mrs. Cummings struggles to do that. They have to find a way to make him do that. He's that connecting, you know. I'm asking several. He's not. He's a very competent guy, but like you all have seen, a way hasn't been found to successfully market him to the Liberian people. And if the CDC can unlock that, he could prove an invaluable companion to the former president if he's going to run. But having said that, let me dismiss here as a campaign advisor to the CPP that Mr. Cummings has never dismissed outhand the possibility of running as a running mate. Never. I can tell you, you know, that in fact, some of us encouraged actively for him to negotiate with, you know, President Boakai, you know, and he did not refuse to do that. It's just that the conditions that, you know, we were looking for were not aligning properly, you know. The current president has a history of breaching agreements, you know. You know what he did to Henry Costa and Benin Uri.
You support Cummings the past election, right?
I'm sorry.
Did you support Cummings the past election?
I did. I worked with the CPP.
Will you love to see Cummings having a ticket with Bility?
That is not a far-fetched combination. It wouldn't be a far-fetched combination. Again, you know, within the realm of politics, Sylvester, you know, nothing is impossible.
Yeah,
they come together? I don't have a problem with that. I mean,
can you push that? Can you push down your own initiative?
They worked together before, and they did very well with the CPP. Can I push that? Absolutely, I wouldn't refuse to push that. But I don't know what Mr. Cummings' thinking is right now, so it will be too presumptuous of me to begin to try to, because I don't understand where his head is at. I can tell you this: Musa is in this thing to go to the mansion. That's where we are. So, but we are not also.
Johnny, why are you laughing?
I'm not laughing. I'm
Johnny laughing. Johnny won't laugh. Talking to you won't laugh. So
we are not naive as Sylvester to know since the post-war Liberia. Only Charles Taylor, 1997, who got 75% of the vote. Even that, we know Ecomo had a part of playing in all of that.
No man, Ecomo played nothing.
My man, please, I can lay out to you. You understand why? But we know that no person has won single-handedly in Liberia. It's always a collaboration. We understand that. We know that. So we can't come on in 2029 and say, you know what?
Yeah.
We will
Taylor, let me be very frank, right?
Yeah.
Taylor, let's leave the war aside. Go back and play some of the video. Listen to this guy. Taylor is an extraordinarily talented person. And Liberian, one thing he said, and I agree with Mr. Taylor, they love to see the leader look flamboyant, outspoken, and looking
absolutely
good. And
absolutely.
he reflects all of those things, those attributes and other things. His commanding authority in
let me tell you
all those things. So
let me go to Johnny again.
Taylor Ura preceded him. I heard about Taylor when he was at GSA before I saw him. That's the kind of guy he was. You know, I'm sorry, Johnny. I know you were coming, but he has that kind of charisma. He's a magnet, right? Yes, he is. I will give him that. And you know, he was a very powerful guy. But I still don't understand why he led the NPFL and in the way that they did. It's beyond comprehension. He had the opportunity to rein them in. He did not. I can give you several instances. He had the opportunity. He did not. And for that, I don't know if he's fit again to still be rewarded by the Liberian board of making president again. If he were to come on the scene, I don't know. We will campaign against him.
He's 78 years old.
By the way, he's 78, so he can't come back.
He's
Johnny.
He's 10.
Like the current president was less than 70 when he became president.
Anyway, until that more stronger again.
Yeah. So in a way, with this conversation, yeah, I want to come in from.
No, okay. What are the vice president question? Y'all want to be vice president too? Answer.
Well, I didn't understand you.
Johnny, go ahead, man.
Okay, so here we are, right? I mean, everybody has interest in providing leadership for Liberia, but we also have room for collaboration in the best interest of Liberian people. We have room for collaboration that if that collaboration will take us, that the Molima to be second, to Wea or to Cummings accountability, and that will be a ticket that we bring the transformation that we desire for Liberia. Yes. So for us in Lino, we are not that desperate to the extent that if it's not us, it can be. All we want to do is find a way that we can clean up the system and come up with new transformational leadership in this country that will bring about the real transformation that brought desire, that there's no delay. It's not like we want it tomorrow, it's like now. So, I mean, I want to come back to what my brother Robert pointed out, which is very, very important. Very, very important. You know, when Gayman talk about vice presidential candidate bringing something, yeah, I mean, in the case of J.D. Vance, he brought something into Trump. That was what he brought was institutional support. So similarly, if you get somebody like Moniba, you know, in the final analysis now, if not the first one to anybody, what he brings to that table is, firstly, in the whole Liberia, it's difficult to see anybody having any negative stigma or any negative thing about Moniba in this country. All I will tell you most times is the man ain't got money. But we like the man is correct. The man can be candid. The man has all the policy idea. The man is young. He has the connection. He has all the expertise. All I will tell you, man ain't got money. You don't got money. So that means if for any reason a ticket is announced, say George we are on the top and Moniba the second, that ticket automatically become a full-grown, victory ticket in Liberia. I don't even think it will have a second round. Because then people will say, well, this young man has the future of the country in the sense that Weah has 6 years. With his presence as vice president, he will help Weah. Weah will learn from what happened in the last 6 years and will do better. And then when he leaves, Moniba will take over. We'll push the agenda further. So that will be a ticket that will more or less be like a one-round ticket. And in my view. But going back to Joel issue in Bon County, all Mr. Weah would need to do is to talk to Joel as an individual. He doesn't need to talk to Bon County people. Because if you talk to Joel and Joel agrees on the team and agrees to step aside and agree on the arrangement and stay within the camp, like Pewee said, that will be very, very strong. Because Joel still has our followers in Bon County and other parts of Liberia. You know, she had a very big guys program, that is still ongoing. And that is something that you can also tap on. So yeah, good. It will not be good to get her off and now go on the opposition side or go on the other side. It will be good for her to remain within the system and help to campaign and make the ticket, to be successful. Now, one thing I know, I've been observing is that I'm wondering whether it is possible to have Cummings going to Weah. Yes, it's possible, but highly unlikely. And like I said from the beginning, the combination will be a little bit difficult for Liberian people to easily buy or accept. It's easy it will be easier for Liberian people to buy Moniba going as second to Weah than Cummings going to second to Weah. And I don't know how Cummings is waiting. I don't know whether Cummings is waiting to go second. He has much that we all want to be friends. We all got playing for Liberia. We have a general for Liberia. But equally so, if it comes to the point where in the best interest of Liberian people and to reduce, and the one thing I want to also say that we need to try to help Liberian people in the voting process. The more candidates we have on the ballot, the more problem it gives our vote of our people. So we as political parties must help the system and leave our ego and say, look, let's form a formidable 3 or 4 parties in the coming election, 3 or 4 candidates. Then that would give the people the opportunity to think between the 4 candidates and take the best person. We have 13, 15, 20 candidates. You give people problem in the country. And that's how we're having all the issues. So I think it will be good between now to 2027, later December 2027, with the parties who have formed something formidable now to be ready for the election in 2029. And that's one thing CDC did in the last election. They didn't wait for last minute. They went to their meetings. They declared their candidates. They declared their former team. They came on. We are first, Joel second, and the former executive council, the governing council, they were out there. While UP was still struggling to choose candidates, later on they pick Nukwe. So we have to learn from that experience. If we want to really make sure that we can, we can undo the UP, and even going through the CDC channel and helping to transform CDC. You know, like one time I heard Robert saying here that if the CDC will be the food that can remove the UP, CDC has to allow people to go in the system to help them give them some quality and create hope for the population, because the country is hopeless. I mean, we down the ground here, you go in the communities there, you see women and poor passing around talking about how things are difficult, how things are hard. You know, so the people are looking for opportunity to improve their system, to improve their life. So I will clearly see that I think the best in any West in the West scenario of collaboration to have CDC and LINO collaborating. I think that will be your ticket that will go first round and will help all the other parties to succeed. I mean, it's also good to have Cummings and Money to go. It's also good. I mean, we are not that in stone that we must be a president by all means. If that was Labrimpo, based on our analysis, our assessment around Labrimpo said, look, we appreciate forming a collaboration that will bring about the change that we want. Yes, LINO will go for it. We're not going to say if we are not president or we are not a ticket, then we can't go. No, I don't think that is the view of the Liberia National Union, its members and its leadership. You know, but to have CDC and ANC collaborating, I think the best collaboration would be ANC and CMC, because they have a very good relationship. They have been together on the CPP, and I think they know their fault, they know the situation that will occur, and if they can reconcile and work together as a team, they'll also be a formidable foe. So we can have three key groups: CMC, ANC, LINO, CDC, then UP. If we can enter those three groups in the next election, it will be very good for Liberian people to have a very good decision in deciding who becomes the next president. Thank you.
Sarah. Okay, Sarah going to double. Actually, what she says, you're multitasking. Robert. Okay, I get Robert is multitasking as well. Honorable Pewee, let's go to the new happening today. Mr. Kiatama blasted the opposition today. I have not heard from him in a long time, but today he was very rugged. He said the opposition combined, they are very, very weak, and he doesn't think the opposition stands a chance.
I think it's somehow very unfortunate to see the opposition. And then what he said about the ruling establishment, they're very, very strong. They're doing well, right? So, and if they don't, so listen, Katama should just come out and be clear here.
Yeah, where he said they are weak, okay, ineffective, and disorganized.
That characterization of the opposition is just quite unfortunate. And we shared the same platform when I was in the country in November. He said that, and he was somehow unclear as to what side he really he has in his own words doing, where he said these people are doing this, but they fail to do. So he's still very ambivalent, and he will have to come out clear and state the side if you want to be an independent analyst, be an independent analyst and strike the balance. But I think he's somehow engaged with some of the actors in the current government, and that we know that's an open secret. So he's trying to come out slowly to give support to this government. Just go ahead and do that, Katama. To come out and say the opposition is disorganized. Listen, the Unity Party will never organize more than how these folks are currently moving the engagement. Liberian opposition political institutions have not been the kind of institutions that have too much of money to spend. They will move and just move. The reactionary tendencies of clear thing to react to things as they unfold in the country. It's a national priority for them. They would be the CDC is still a structure of opposition. We have other political proliferation for other parties. That the CMC is coming up, making some names, headways in the Leeward counties and the rest of that. So to say that they are not together, yes, you don't expect them to be together because everyone's going to have a scattered agenda. And that's the reason why the Constitution called for multi-party democracy. We have other institutions that we have to live and abide by the constitution of their own political party. There's not coalition, it's not merger, so you expect the political party to operate within the confine of their political structure, if you will. So the level of this organization, the way he's trying to portray it, I think it's unfortunate. He seems to be beating the drum for the ruling establishment. I think he should be on a mission to portray these guys as weak and that is kind of. We understand the level of politics in the country and all thing, but I think he is an agent of the government. But he's hiding behind the canopy of saying he's an independent analyst and all of things, but he's operating behind the scene with a lot of those folks that are playing major political role, major state actors. He's collaborating and operating under the instructions and the rest of that. So the statement, I agree, the opposition may not, government using all of the current ruling establishment would be popular, would be very forceful, will put into place those political machinery to hit back. And it's part of the reason why so often opposition political parties are hit at the way they are, because this ruling establishment would use co-opt other independent minds to begin to lambast the opposition side and other things, so that they seem to be the only tree standing here. But no, I think he got this wrong, and I think it's a partisan kind of a criticism. It's not a fair thing to push on the opposition community. The opposition community, they're just doing what any opposition would do in the space they operate, they find themselves. There's lack of resources in the opposition camp. The time the resource mobilization will come close to the election period. But for now, they don't have much to spread out, so you don't expect them to do things that you expect. But I think from the aspect of coordination, you wouldn't expect no. And Katama was in the country, he didn't see, even the CPP didn't hold. We all saw that. At the level, they didn't hold. Eventually, who knew Bouaka would be during the presidency until, listen, the Liberian political system is based on name recognition as one, name recognitions and your level of engagement close to the election period to mobilize some resources and get back to this. With the CDC and George, we have the state stand as my number one bet to challenge the ruling establishment unless we can practically coalesce behind one candidate that can come and see, considering opening the third wave. And that's something that I'm still considering very seriously. Other than that, then we're going to be pushing ourselves to have two-party democracy. But Katama's statement, I think, there's nothing anyone should take seriously. I think he's acting on behalf of the ruling establishment.
Excellent. Guys, we got 12 minutes. We are about to close. Let me announce again, tomorrow, we're going to have Dr. Rockefeller Cooper. We'll be discussing the autopsy of Mrs. Jackson, Sam Jackson's wife, tomorrow. So it's going to be a very interesting. But Johnny, it's late on your end. It's time for us to close. Your parting comments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gayman, and let me appreciate all our listeners and our viewers across the globe. I mean, they take up their time, bring their data to follow this show. So it is an honor to be on the platform to give you my information that I know about. I'm also pleased to have you guys all on the comment section making all very good comments. So, Liberian people, we are 2.5 years to elections. It's time. If you really want the real transformation, it's time to start thinking otherwise. Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Hope to see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Dr. Oz, he said he's been a doctor for a long time. The hardest sickness to cure is stupidity. Victor, it's time to close. But Dr. Oz just said something. He said, as a medical doctor, the hardest thing to treat is stupidity.
Meme Oz? But listen, it's been a great show tonight. Let me thank you all and thank the audience as well. I know they've been busy. My CDC friends, then Jane, my borough, and all of that. They're asking me all these CDC questions. But it's a good thing when the audience is also engaged. So I want to thank them for being part of the ride. This is a pretty good experience for all of us. We started when I got on. We started with did we start with Alice Cummings? Anyway, I will just move on to what I was about to say. I think most of the topics have been addressed, but I'm really concerned about what has happened to this young fellow, who was killed in Ghana. I'm not sure if I know how that story ended, and I'm bringing this up because the Ghanaian government has reacted swiftly to what is happening to their nationals in South Africa. They put on flights to bring people home. They have they're trying to force the issue on the agenda for the AU summit, which is coming up in June in Addis Ababa, I believe it is, or Cairo. Anyway, and I remember at the ECOWAS conference recently, one of the people from Nigeria was upset that the Liberians had not forced the issue with Guinea on the agenda. And so I'm wondering, all of this happening to our country, it just, and this is why we get so disrespected when we travel, because even our government doesn't seem to care about us. So I'm wondering, I hope, anyone who has information on how this gentleman, I think his name was this IT, this fellow who they said, this visited some lady's place or something like that, and he got killed in Ghana. The foreign ministry called in the ambassador of Ghana or something like that, or the issue a statement or something like that. But great show tonight. Thank you all for the opportunity. And again, we want to reemphasize here that the CMC, we don't have all the answers. We're doing our best to address the plight of our people. We urge all of you to come and join us, help us figure it out. We don't have the answers. We're working on the outlines of a solution. We think we have one, but you could come in and help us make it better. We are not, locking ourselves out of collaboration. That's a possibility. It's a very strong probability in the Liberian political construct, the calculus right now after the war. Nobody has won the match except for former President Taylor without collaborating with somebody. So, we are not removing that as an option off the table, but right now we're not actively seeking that. We're just doing our best to build a movement. Congratulations to the team. Today we launched, the National Progressives, auxiliary of the party, Young Progressives, and I will continue to push. But thank you very much. Hope to be with you again tomorrow.
Is Sarah still here? Okay, Sarah pushing her carton. Robert going to drink a wine. Pewee, take us out.
Yes, I think it's important at this level. We all started to talk about what is going to happen. Is going to be very critical. It's a heated debate. It's going to be a heated elections, and I believe, and the Moriba, Dr. Moriba, Mr. Cummings, these are respected individuals, but as from the individual political institution, we have to do some work. And in terms of strategy, in terms of resource mobilizations, and then if there were room for discussions, a lot of things going to happen in the politics, and we consider those things. But yeah, they have to now begin to think outside of the normal realm of the structure of their own political institutions, and start to engage and reach out to others to start a real conversation about what they want to see Liberia and how they want to do it. But before you can govern, you have to win. So it's about putting the winning strategy to bed and other things. And the ruling establishment, trust me, they're going to do everything. It's possible. And we all may sit today, we sound this way. Tomorrow you may see Mr. Gayman on the other side, or Sylvester Pewee on the other side, or this. So it's politics, and it's room that we should all be open to, and to extend some of these institutional changes and the rest of that. But we have to focus more or less. And my reason of saying first and foremost, part of why I believe if we cannot do that, we ought to going to again see Mr. Weah come back to the presidency or Mr. Bouaka retain his seat as the president and give room for the continuation of the Unity Party rule. We've seen these things before and they unfolded, and how can we engage that? And part of what Katama was even saying is part of the game plan of the current ruling party to find agents that will start to do their bidding and to do it in the kind of a way to act like the ruling establishment is, the opposition, they are fragmented, they are disintegrated, and to portray the establishment to be as weak as to they want to stem, so that an attempt for people to win when the election shall be won, to say, okay, well, yeah, the party was this, and other people, independent man said it, but mind you, these are not independent minds. These are higher guns and doing the bidding of the ruling establishment. So we ought to be systematically engaged as the opposition side and strategize the way forward in terms of what we want to see the country move to come 2029. But beyond that, the major thing we have to focus on those things, doing this social delivery system for the people. The government will ought to do that. The kind of a system we saw in Riverside County and the rest of all those things, and the speaker and other people calling for this. So the governance systems is not all rosy in the country. There's very, very tough thing. And there's some bottleneck within the structure of the state bureaucracy, and internally there's some problem. It is clear that other folks are doing things to maintain the way things are, but again, it's just not going to work well for the country. And so we have to work behind the scene, and the appropriate forces will have to align, and have to align in the interest of the people of the country. And that's one of the part of our responsibility moving forward. It's not about getting the largest from the system. The system will always create those kind of avenue to take off independent minds and transforming them into agent propaganda of peace. But our own side of our responsibility is also moving to be strong. If we can drink our one bottle of coffee and eat our dry rice and maintain our integrity and say, okay, we want to see change, we ought to do that and be focused about that. Other than that, we don't want to say we want to be living in part of the best apartment in Cinco and we don't have job doing. The only thing will result to what the government will use you as a higher gun to do the rest and pay the rent and put some money in your pocket, get you a car to go from point A to point B, and then to pillage the resources of the people, and then the rest of the mass base of the people will languish into abject poverty. Is that the country we want to see collectively moving on? No, it's not the kind of society we want to see. So I would think that it is about time that these political leaders will sit and put aside their personal self-engagement and try to reflect on the general good of the country, seeing the country as one of those areas that we all have as a collective way that we can move to reduce poverty, ensure that we begin the process of putting the country on the right footing for development. Other than that, we are dumb, and we all should stand collectively against those things and muster the courage to relieve the suffering people of the country. They have suffered for a very long time.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, guys. We thank you for tuning in. Thank you for staying with us. Let's do this again tomorrow. God bless. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Good night, guys.
disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nimba County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government makes you lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party that President Bouaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party people that President Bouaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bouaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bouaka and behaving the President Bouaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately. Inform them in the violence or any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Bouaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Bouaka administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bouaka administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and walk away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile poverty and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power, by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bouaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. You know, they put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bouaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Bouaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forgot that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I'll put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I'll renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small road, B road, all kinds of places. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God knows how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God his glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, your league Costa, you will come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.